All right, hello and welcome to Monsters and Madness. This is our 21st session here with Bastion's Watch. Before we get into a recap for where we're at, though, a little bit of chores to take care of here at the top of the session. We have music from a couple different places on the channel. One of those places is filmmusic.io. Any of the songs that we play from filmmusic.io have information about the song and artist down in the panels with a link to each of them where you can find more information and license it for yourself if you would like, as well as filmmusic.io. We are using official music from Critical Role. Welcome to Taldorian, welcome to Wild Mouse Soundtracks. They are generous enough over there at Critical Role to let streamers who play D&D use that soundtrack or those soundtracks, and they're fantastic. Links down in the panels for those as well. Getting back to Hope's Bastion, however, nestled in the Zemni Fields, we are at a bit of a crossroads for Hope's Bastion. The group, after spending a few weeks figuring out what was going on across the Zemni Fields, doing a little bit to help out where they could, figuring out all of the players across the area, all of the nobility, traveling to Pride's Call, to interact with the Myriad, as well as Breck and Milo's family a bit. But as a result of all that, last session, in a meeting with the Cerberus Assembly, there were positions that were cemented, and Bastion's Watch ended up having quite a bit of titles put on them. And now that those titles have been solidified, have been cemented and approved by the Dwendalian Empire, we're now going to spend a little bit of downtime in Hope's Bastion, giving the players 3 weeks here to determine what would happen outside of all the adventuring they've been doing, and what they would like to do to help establish Hope's Bastion now that they are not just an adventuring party working for the settlement, working on behalf of the settlement, but they're also leaders here in the settlement as well. Some with titles a little bit more leadery than others. So with that, the way we're going to play this today is we're going to go through those 3 weeks a week at a time, where each week somebody will have something that is kind of a focus for them. And some of the stuff that I think everybody here got a hold of me. You know what? By the way, everybody here got a hold of me outside of game. Inspiration for everybody who doesn't have it. Thank you all for sending that over and helping me get prepped for today. I think it'll be much better for it. And so with that, rather than actually jump in to the first week of what the players are doing individually, I think we're going to jump into something a little different. All of you in the first couple days of this downtime here would have been called to a meeting. The Starosta has summoned all of you for the first official council meeting of Hope's Bastion.
Politely requested.
Politely requested. Got it.
Politely requested.
Okay. So with that, all of you make your way to the Friendly Ogre, which has currently been cleared out so that the meeting can take place. And with that, you all are brought in. I'll actually ask the Starosta here, besides the leadership, the masters that were set aside in the last session, and as well as the other two members of the party, who would you invite to this meeting?
Pretty much just all the council members for this meeting.
Okay, got it. All right. Well, then, if that's the case, then besides the group here that we have, the 6 of you, the other 2 that would be in attendance at this meeting would be Lumini and Vasati, as both masters here in Hope's Bastion as well. Ekamos and Rufus, you'd be there as well. Ekamos, you have your official title of ambassador for the upcoming trip as well.
Miss Sean's hanging out, right?
Yes, Michonne is coin master as well. Yes, thank you. I forgot Michonne is coin master as well. But with that, we will call the meeting to order, and I'll give the floor to the Starista.
Hear ye.
Also, real quick, Kev, it sounds like your audio is a little bit different than normal. Do you have it set on a different input?
Maybe. Give me 1 second. No, it should still be the same one.
Okay. No worries then. Cool. Well, if that's the case, then Lumini would kind of call it to order. Okay, everybody, please quiet down. We're all here. I give the floor to Starosta Milo Hawkins.
Mic check. Can you guys hear me?
That's better. That sounds more normal. So it's a little low if you can pump the volume, but that is a lot better.
I was confused beforehand. I was like, who the hell is talking right now?
Like,
who is that?
No, I think that's about as good as it gets.
Okay. I'll turn the volume down on the sound.
Okay. Yeah, so welcome to our first ever Hope's Bastion council meeting. Now that we've actually established our roles. I got word that alongside Ekamos that Rufus and Celestina would both carry the titles of ambassadors of Hope's Bastion as well. So that's pretty cool. What's even better is we're getting paid for our efforts, and I'm gonna put out actually, if we have somebody to divvy up the 150 gold per person, per party member, and that is our monthly salary. So that's always going to be good. Spend it well. Also,
and you would have that to hand out here at the meeting.
Okay, just a big old bag. Just slide it across the.
It actually would come in like very nice boxes. They're not huge. They are, kind of maybe 8 inches long by 4 inches wide, a little bit deeper, with the crest of the Dwendalian Empire on it, with a very nice red wood. But you can pass each of those out with 150 gold pieces.
Wonder if they're going to want their box back. Anyway, King Dwendal has been gracious enough to send us some funding for establishing our settlement here. That's going to be on top of our League of Miracles money, and that's going to be allocated specifically for buildings. I guess that's the hitch. So we got to use it for buildings, but that's going to go to Alivor as Pithmaster, man. That's going to be all you. So all that funding will be allocated to your department. So
yes, give me all the money.
So for Alivor, the packet that I sent you earlier will have the details of the buildings that you can use that $50,000 towards, or 50,000 gold towards. Okay. It could either be a variety of smaller buildings or one large one. But as the Master of Infrastructure, those decisions lie with you. And whether or not you would like to take the counsel of the rest of the Masters of Hope's Bastion is up to you.
All right, and then I'm going to mull over that here for a little bit before I throw a decision out there to everyone, or a suggestion, more like it.
And then another thing, I plan on try and finding some recruits for my office to help me out around Hope's Bastion. I would strongly encourage other people to be on the lookout for talents that might help you in your endeavors as your department lead. I think that's something that would be beneficial for all of us, and at least keep things running while we are away.
And Lumini pipes in here and goes, yes, there have been multiple of you who have requested lists of appropriate candidates for a situation like this. Unfortunately, we do not have enough Crown's Guard or official positions to fill the full request that you've asked for. However, I think that the Starosta's suggestion is a sound one, and that in the meantime, in place of that, we can offer pay to anybody who will work with you in that capacity. And so, from the actual mechanic standpoint, what's being explained here is that each of you get a level 3 sidekick. So, what you can do is, with the way the sidekicks work, is you can pick a stat block up to 1/2 CR, and that's the creature. So, if you want a human villager or something like that, you can actually pick a stat block that represents the sidekick that you are choosing. You can choose a race. You can choose with sidekicks you get one of 3 classes. You get an expert, a spellcaster, or a warrior, kind of a mage, a healer, or a fighter. And from there you get 3 leveled benefits. Not so much as a player character, but you get 3 level benefits. And if you guys would like, you can develop the backstory for these characters as well, so that you have a sidekick with you that can operate in your stead while you're out and about adventuring, or you can send them off on missions to do stuff while you're in Hope's Bastion. Whatever you all would like to do.
Okay.
All right, and then before we get into any of sort of nitty gritty stuff, I'd like to open up the table for anybody to address any situations or ideas or points of interest that we'd like to talk about. Like that wall.
That wall is main priority, guys. Trust me, it is number 1 on my list. That wall is number 1 on my list.
I need to pull up my thing that I made. Yeah, that was number 1 on my list as well. It was just working on the defenses in general.
Would I have actual word from anybody about maybe supplemental military funding, or would that go directly to Breck?
I would say, yeah, you would have gotten a little bit of that notice. It was mostly in regards to the building of lodging for those who are going to be there, not in regards to specifically the wall that was looped in with the. I mean, there is funding for. God, this sounds so funny. There's funding for the wall, you guys. Make the Empire pay for it. So the Empire is offering as a defensive measure for Hope's Bastion to pay the League of Miracles, and that's what the Amon trip will be working out. If you can get them, right, then the wall is going to go up in a matter of days. Like, the League of Miracles is very, very quick at building, and that is why they exist. It's why they started, or rather what they've been specializing in for the past few decades at least. So that's the goal with the wall there. Yeah.
So it does seem like we have a plan for the wall, and it seems like we might be able to get it done pretty quickly, which is a good thing. Is there any other thoughts or concerns? I feel pretty comfortable with that. Mainly Alivor, if you got.
So. Oh no, it was just him. Oh my god. Is there a wall option here?
No, there's not a wall option on there.
God damn. This is a lot.
I think that we have an excessive amount of people still living in tents.
Yeah, that was one of my. So I've got 50K right now. All right, guys. So far, what I'm thinking is where was that at? And so we need ends. We need ends or some sort of living spaces.
I think on that list, lodging would be the biggest option.
Lodging.
Bang for your buck on that.
Lodging. The lodging. The hunting lodge?
Let me bring it up here.
Because there's the hunting lodge. So we've got hunting lodges, we've got inns, there's a rural roadside or a town, or one in the town or city. The lodge can hold up to 5 residents with basic needs, whereas the inns can hold up to 25 guests.
Yes. Let's see. There's the hunting lodge, and then let me see here. There we go. Okay, so one of the expansions onto those buildings, the main buildings that you can make there. So each of those buildings have room points on them.
Okay.
So if you make one of those buildings, you have room points that you can do expansions on. And so on one of the expansions is lodgings. So you could kind of mix and match, like, hey, we could build this and then add lodgings and rooms to it for people to stay in.
Okay. All right. So my main concerns, I guess, now would be lodging for, of course, the village, everyone here in the village, because we don't want people living in tents 24/7.
No.
And also, so I know we're probably not going to be able to do all of it, but there's also an option for a dungeon, which we can turn into get some jail cells. I know you, Varric, would be very interested in that. And also, just based off of what we went through, options for fortified towers as well. That we could set. We could at least have one of them. And then, I don't know. Stuff's expensive, guys.
Well, hopefully we can vie for more funding from other sources as well.
So what do we think is the utmost importance at the moment?
Well, we have a plan for the wall, it seems.
Yeah.
If places, I think everybody should have a place to stay for sure. So if people aren't able to start getting some more established foundations down, then we should be able to provide at least some temporary ones like you were talking about. If that's, I like that idea.
Okay.
So I would vote lodging.
Okay, what is...
But I mean,
Lumini pipes in. We could always build an inn structure now with some expansions on it and have it be used for temporary housing until more is built and can be bought by those who are here in town. Make it almost a apartment complex temporarily, if you will.
temporary as we transition and build them. I like that.
See, that's why I like you, Lumini. You always think outside the box.
She's got ideas, man.
Got ideas. All right. I say we go with that.
And then I forgot something. If you don't mind, if I interrupt real fast, I'd like to put forth the idea that we invite Possifer to join our council.
Yeah.
I feel like he's got a pretty good large investment here in the settlement that he should probably at least be in on the talks
Yeah, with the Nimblefoots.
with the Nimblefoot clan.
Such a big portion of our settlement. Yeah, absolutely. I'm in on that.
Lumini says, and what does the lawmaster have to say about bringing in an official position of somebody who is known to worship a restricted god in the Empire?
Well, I mean, as what was brought up during the meeting with the Cerberus Assembly, I haven't seen worshiping in the city, so
I'd like to take a long, hard look at Vasanti when he's talking.
Go ahead and roll an insight check.
I feel like I would be doing the same because I feel like that's probably the one person at the table.
Okay. Both of you roll an insight check then.
Oh, that's an 18 for me.
Nice.
23.
On her face it's very plain to see she feels conflicted definitely feels, Varric, you can tell even a little bit more, having known her for longer, that it's a type of conflict that involves not wanting to disappoint those she cares about, and in this sense, you know that could also be part of the Chanter of the Dawn involved with that. But she kind of looks around at the two of you, looking at her and at Lumini after asking the question, and says, "While my brother is correct in that there has been no outward worship here in Hope's Bastion, it is also not unknown to those in higher positions of authority in the Empire that is the case, and special permissions are granted. This would be a official position in the Dwendalian Empire, unless it were." And she kind of gets like a look on her face, like, unless it were stated to be a position that was of an advisor from a different neighboring, not nation, but not part of the Empire.
Almost like an ambassador for the Nimblefloyd.
Essentially, yes. It would have to be written very carefully, but I think that if it were, then as Idolmaster, I would not have any authority to step in.
I think that's pretty doable. And I feel like that's as close to the truth as we're going to get, him being an ambassador from the Nimblefloyd clan. Writing it that way wouldn't be lying at all, in my own opinion.
And then he says, "Well then, is there anybody who is opposed?" "Well then, Starosta, I believe it would be appropriate for you to be the one to ask Poziver if he would like to take this position, and we can work out the details of it in the coming weeks."
I will do that. Would there be anything else that anybody wants to discuss before? Any other topics?
Not really. I mean, like I said, my concerns were primarily ensuring that we're defended well. And then probably, besides the wall and lodging, I would say anything that we can invest in to make ourselves self-sufficient.
Absolutely. Which actually is a kind of a great segue into to another point that I wanted to discuss, was an agricultural program. I think food for our current population and the population that we hope comes, we need to be able to provide for that population, as well as if we can get the word out that this is a nice, prosperous place to come and stay, then we're going to get a lot more people over here with a lot more skills that are going to be beneficial for our settlement. That's always nice to be self-sufficient, like Varric was talking about.
Definitely.
So how do we do that? I think that first thing comes to my mind is talking to Posiver and seeing if we can kind of lend the same sort of aid to agriculture as we are lending to our trees, or at least learn how to do it in a capacity that we can do it.
And Lumini says, "We may have to offer them a bit more incentive, as we are benefiting quite a bit from this relationship."
We are. We definitely owe them. That's something that we'll have to discuss with them.
But it sounds like a good plan.
All right. I think I've got a solution to our buildings. Listen, hear me out. All right. So what we have is we can build cottages and farmhouses. For their 2,500, they can hold up to, I think, 5 people comfortably. 5 people in close quarters. But they have a room point. In each room point, we could spend to add lodging onto it, making it 5K per cottage or house. And so we do that build 6 of those, for a total of 30K. And then we use the remaining 20K on one fortified tower right at the entrance, which has a total of 4 room points, and use up 2 of those room points to add jails and an armory to it. And then that'll be our total 50K right there for now. That way, not only do we have housing and lodging, at least a lot of it, or a bit of it done, we also have, which the tower itself has rooms for up to 25 occupants, and that's where I feel like the Crown's Guard and all of our guards will use as lodging and whatnot. But I feel like that's a good medium of protection. Our tower helps us be able to see. We also have jails, and we have an armory, as well as all of the cottages that we built.
I like that idea, Alivor. Do you think that we could finagle? Because crap.
What?
Would some of the military funding be able to discount the tower at least?
DM.
Help.
I did specifically say, yeah. And you said that the rest of the 20K was going to the tower.
So a cottage and farmhouse is 2.5K a piece.
For sure.
They have 1 room point, and I was going to use that 1 room point for lodging, which is also 2.5.
Right.
And use that up to 30K, so that'd be, I think, 6 cottages, farmhouse with lodging. That's 30. And then the fortified tower is 15.
Okay.
Which leaves us with 5K more, and I was going to do the jails and the armory, which are 2.5 a piece.
Okay. What I'd say then is if they're, and that is something still to bring up for the meeting, I think, but if they are sending some money to plan on the Righteous Brand, then I would say that you would get 7,500 off of the tower that would have been going to building other places for the guard to stay.
Okay. And then I'd say we just pump that into just more cottages and farmhouses.
Okay.
I think that's a fantastic idea, Alivor.
All right.
Look at you, man.
Getting the government to subsidize the military housing there.
Right there, please. And
Teamwork.
that request has been submitted.
Okay, got it.
All right.
Speaking of requests, I think that it would probably be a good idea that we reach out to maybe some of our contacts, like contacts such as the Cobalt Soul or the Academy in my situation, to maybe see if they want to get in on early investments or establish some sort of something within the settlement that they would like to fund.
Give me the coin. I can get some temples, some abbeys, some colleges. But
They would definitely reach out, yeah.
we don't need some investors for that. So 'cause those are pricey.
Other than that, I believe the Cerberus Assembly is going to show itself over here anyways. I was actually thinking about writing them a letter and inviting them to do it in a more official capacity. How do you guys feel about that? That's like playing with fire, and I'm only 17 years old and do not feel confident.
I think waiting until our settlement is more established to bring them in, housing, someplace that we can put them so they're not just staying in tents, I think is incredibly important, especially if you're trying to, show that we're actually doing something here.
Absolutely. Okay. Yeah, I agree with that.
I almost feel like that situation is going to handle itself. I feel like they're in the position when they can choose when and they come in.
True.
Just gonna pop in.
So just let them play how they're going to play.
Yeah.
We just keep doing what we're doing and just wait for the day.
One thing I wouldn't mind taking a look at, Alivor, is maybe building a place that we can establish an adventuring guild.
An adventuring guild.
Yes, I think that maybe getting an adventurers guild here in town would allow us to free up a lot of our time. the guards' time as well as the Righteous Brand's time when any sort of oddities pop up that need to be taken care of. And then also it probably generate a lot of new prospects as far as recruitment coming in through the city, as well as probably some coin.
Okay, how
I don't
big
know.
what because we can either be up here with costs or we can be up here with costs, you know.
I
Depending
wonder
on
if there's anybody have any ideas? Does it even necessarily need to be in a separate building? Could we do it out of a tavern or inn?
I was gonna say, does the Adventurers Guild, do they need a little hunting shack or do they want a whole keep?
I
can
think
do both, but I need money.
as far as services rendered, I think it would be contracts, mainly just a place to pick up and sign up contracts and then pick up a reward and drop off.
You said a lodge.
Ooh.
Did you say a lodge? How much is that?
Well, you said a hunting lodge. That's what that is. But let me see. 1 second. We have an outpost or fort. That might be more something interesting. So an outpost or fort, it's a forward rough military establishment. Rock and timber structure is friendly to present and hostile land. Private quarters for up to 25 officers in common. Oh, never mind. That's not going to work. That's for military boys.
I mean, we already have a tavern, right? So I mean, we can,
Yeah.
have like a trial stage. Set something up in the tavern. And,
I don't want to sound biased, but
I was going to say, I took a look over at Breck and Michonne. since they're-
I'm just saying, hey, and it
I
might
don't
bring
think there would be
you-
a
it might
problem
bring
with
you
putting up a
more,
quest board.
Might bring you more money.
Yeah.
Michonne, would you be able to manage the requests and contracts and rewards of these tasks?
He goes, man, I've been looking for something to do. Breck's been taking all my tavern work, man. He's in here bringing in carts of beer and stuff. Like, dude, yeah, I'll do that.
I would assume
Hey,
that it would pick up a lot more traffic for your business as well. That
yeah,
being
exactly.
the source.
And I'll ask you, Milo, since you're the Starosta now, if it makes sense, we can move the quest board into the friendly ogre.
I think that's a
Just
fantastic
call it-
idea.
Call it the tavern / new guild for now.
Adventures Guild. Yeah, I like it. And then if we have to change it, we can bring that up later if you see something that needs to be changed. As I look at Breck and
Sounds good
Michonne.
to me,
both.
man.
Cool.
Breck, are you okay
we'll start
handling
everything
a
back
little
up.
bit more day to day over at the friendly ogre?
That don't bother me, man.
All right, cool. All right, I'll do it.
With that, then I think maybe a little bit of the settlement money should go into expanding the friendly ogre. Would you not agree, Michonne?
You can see Alivor getting stressed because
He goes, yeah, man,
Nope.
I agree. If we're offering that, I don't want to, get too
what do y'all want?
ambitious or anything. But
What
yeah,
kind
I
of
think that'd be appropriate.
what kind of expansion? What does the friendly ogre need?
I'm thinking maybe a second floor, a little bit expanded. A couple extra room for 3 or 4 more tables.
Say, well, yeah, we could even do the guild stuff upstairs. Have tavern stuff downstairs. Use the tavern upstairs if there's no guild business. But if there's guild business, we clear it up and use it for them.
And I think opening up an upstairs for like a meeting room would work out well for us as well.
DM question: what
Sure.
would that fall under?
I would just say, given that it's kind of a different thing, I would say 2,500 would like just a lodging expansion, basically. Which, if you had 7,500 of that subsidized money left over, you could get a full cottage and lodging, and then the extra floor on the friendly ogre too.
All right, let's do that then. All right, count it done. You twisted my ear.
I will put the 150 gold that came in the box. I'll put the box down in front of Alivor. You can add that to that.
Thanks. That'll yeah. I mean, that'll help eventually. With if you multiply that by like 10, maybe that helps a little bit. It'll go.
Rufus,
Yes.
how badly did you want to, and in what capacity did you want to start this library?
Well, I was hoping to at least start laying some kind of foundation or get plans drawn up within the next couple of weeks.
How do you feel about the Cobalt Soul being part of that process, or would you rather leave them out?
I mean, I would rather them not be a part of it, but understandably, they may need some help with getting a library set up, and I would be willing to work with them as long as there's at least a 50-50 say in everything.
Understandable. How do those feelings extend to the Solstice Academy?
I don't know.
I am
Jack,
100% with you as far as equal say as well, by the way. You don't know jack shit about the Solstice Academy. Yeah, they're all right. But I do agree, I kind of want to keep it more in-house. But if they did contribute...
I'm trying to make it more of a neutral library, nothing that's something that's more well-rounded and accessible by everyone.
Would you like to take up that responsibility? Well, I mean, I want to make this happen too, but I think I might be a little bit preoccupied.
Absolutely.
So while I share your dream, I'd like to give you the responsibility of establishing that.
I will absolutely head that up.
I appreciate that, Rufus. It's something that I am pretty passionate myself about.
Well, hopefully I don't let you down.
And then there is the, since all of this is going to run off of money, clearly, I want to propose to the people of Hope's Bastion to establish a 8% increase to their 20% tax already. The crown is taking 20% of our people's money, their people's money. I'd like to increase it a little bit, and I think that we might be able to make this an easier swallow for the citizens of Hope's Bastion if we play middleman between them and the Reapers that collect the tax bi-monthly.
8%'s a little bit.
Biannually.
Biannually.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So it's a lot.
That is a lot.
It's going to end up being 28% tax on whatever they got.
Woo.
But I would think that if we can alleviate the stresses between the Reapers collecting it door to door, we could relieve stress from both sides. The trouble that the Reapers have to come over here door to door and pick up the money, and then our citizens dealing with these Reapers possibly not being able to pay for it, we could make up the soft losses here and there for the people in need.
You gotta be careful with that.
Plus, I feel a lot more confident with the Reapers coming to us and dealing with people like us rather than our citizens. I feel like we have a little bit more weight as I look over at Breck and Varric to throw around at some of the more greedy people of the world. As I ask for tax.
I was gonna say.
I'm gonna look over at Michonne actually and be like, "How would you feel about that increase?"
Man, it will be a lot to take on, especially, as we're growing. I think that might slow down the growth a little bit. But if there were very tangible things in return that made it worth that little bit of slowdown, a little bit of a drop in income, it might be worth it.
I think the losses would be a lot more considerable for you as well, Michonne, and you, Breck, since you guys make a little bit more.
I think that those who pay more would probably be expecting a little more in return for that, but at the same time, you guys just covered a second floor for the friendly ogre. So if that's the kind of relationship where it's having, where we help out, we pay into it, and you help out, and you help build us up, I think I'd be okay with that.
And this all is dependent on the vote of the people. All of this money will be funneled back into Hope's Bastion.
Oh yeah.
I think that's a good plan then. From my end, I'd be happy to do it, so long as all that stayed true.
And I honestly think your voice would go a long way in helping that become a reality.
I agree.
Damn, man. Damn. I'm just trying to run a mercantile, and now I gotta handle all this stuff.
You're the
You
center
got
hub for this
responsibilities,
town.
Michelle.
All right, I'll do it. Yeah. I guess Serenity to help probably. Or run a
She
guild
would be a
now.
helpful force, yes.
Yeah, man, that sounds good.
Well, I think right now, unless if I'm missing anything, that's about all I wanted to talk about at this meeting. Has anybody else got anything they'd like to discuss or bring up? Solid.
Yep.
Let me just. Well, then I guess that is a meeting adjourned. Thank you all for your attendance. And
I want a gavel. I need a gavel.
You have magic that can make that sound?
yeah, there
Yeah,
you
but
go.
it's not the same thing. There's a satisfaction there. That's
Get you a powdered wig.
I just punched the table.
Jesus.
Hey man, lay off the tables, bro.
All right. Well, with that, the first council meeting of Hope's Bastion ends with everyone having their own either titles or things to reflect on from the meeting. I think we can jump into things that are going on here in the first week of downtime while that all gets put into place. So let's see here. I'm gonna go. Let's do it this way. Everybody, roll a d20. Just make it interesting with some rolls here.
Just a straight D20, no
Just
modifiers.
straight d20.
I got a 6.
6.
I got a 7.
6.
I got a 7.
Wait.
I got an 8.
Oh God.
Rollies, Brooks.
Yep.
I went with a 4.
Okay.
This is amazing.
So 16.
16. Okay, got it.
Everyone change out their dice right now.
What's your second roll, Kendall?
Nat 20. I just
Oh, I
wasted
got that 20 as well.
Double roll
Again. It's a 2.
Yeah, I got a 4.
One with 4. All right, cool. All right. So, well then, we're gonna start with Rufus. Rufus, after getting kind of, or rather, talking with Milo about the library and going about your time here in Hope's Bastion, what does your first week look like here, and what would you be doing?
So first thing I want to do is probably talk to who would I talk to find like, a space or something in the Bastion for it doesn't have to be huge or anything, but for just like a plot to get things started for library. Just some simple building.
Yeah, absolutely.
Or
I would
like
say
a
in terms
tent.
of like finding a plot, really it's just kind of looking around. There's a lot of open space in the area right now. Once you find that open plot to claim it, I think it would be reporting it to Alavor. But if you're looking for a good spot, I would say what are you looking for in a place to put it? What is your like ideal place to put it?
Probably center Probably in town center, yeah.
In town center, so you're looking to actually like get in there right in the center of that.
Somewhere that it would at least have some decent traffic.
I would say, yeah, Alivor is the Pithmaster here in charge of infrastructure. Be talking to him about if he thinks that would be a good fit.
Well, that's what I would have to do then. I would have to. So,
Center of town.
it doesn't have to be anything
That's some pretty
Fancy.
hot real estate there, my guy.
huge, anything.
Ugh.
It can be honestly like in an alley somewhere.
Oh.
Doesn't, like I said, doesn't have to be huge. I'm honestly willing to start with a tent, just to get some kind of foundation going.
You said for a library?
Yeah.
Don't we already have a library?
No, the Cobalt Soul, the organization is the library of the Cobalt Soul,
Okay.
quote unquote, and so they are there as a presence. They have quite a few books in their tents, but they are there in tents currently on the outer edge.
So you want to make a competition library?
No. This is actually like books. Like people go here to read.
Yeah, their tents aren't considered libraries at this
like
point.
education.
Yeah.
Okay. Had me confused for a second. I was like, books are books, man. But all right. Shoosh. Actually, So would we have any? Because my first thought would be like, I don't know if we could add an addition onto the friendly ogre and just make it. But then again, I feel like that's kind of like
don't really want it to be
too much on the friendly ogre. Yeah.
Don't really want it to be a part of another establishment.
You want it to be
kind of its own entity.
DM Josh, how would that work?
Yeah, so right now the center of town is like the well. So basically kind of a circular plaza is forming up around the well. On the northeast side of the well, there is some open space right now. So you could get some space in there without having to move anything. I would say like even directly north is more tense. So you kind of have that whole upper quadrant where there's stuff. Moving over to the other side are looking at the little cabins and cottages that are built in town already. And so that would take a little bit of movement of those, but there may already be some of that happening as the town starts to build up more. Like, you know, the cottages are small enough and the League of Miracles is capable enough that if you guys can get their help, they've got these big magical creatures that'll just come up and lift it and move it somewhere else.
Okay. I like you said there's like a little spot kind of just like right dead center a plot already. That would be like perfect for it right there. So that sounds like it would work. Now, the more important part, how do you plan to fund this, sir? Because we broke.
So
money's gone. We got it and it's gone.
People are already going to be moving out of tents and into cottages or, you know, more established housing situations. We can recycle those tents and use that as a temporary structure for the library. And I could probably speak with either previous residents of those tents or maybe the Cobalt Soul or somebody else in the Bastion that might have bookshelves. And we can send out posts to different places, reaching out for different types of books, maybe different universities, things like that.
I like
there's not a whole lot of money that needs to go into this right now.
Okay, same. I'm on board with it because I like the idea of having our settlement be kind of a little source of knowledge and having your library where anyone can just walk in and learn about things that they need to be right there in the center of town. That kind of says something about the settlement that we care about everyone in their pursuit of knowledge. So I like it. I mean, hey, if you can swing it with the tents and the stuff, I got a little spot right here, right in the middle of town for you, and then there you go. Have fun.
Perfect.
So Rufus has received approval from the Pithmaster for the library's location. I would say that within that time period, you also would have been asked by Voth to do a little bit more sparring. as well. Voth was the short-cropped blonde hair monk of the Cobalt Soul who you had fought with before.
And I would absolutely do that after figuring this out.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, for sure. We're going over like a whole week's worth of time, so it's not like immediately it happens.
Yeah.
For sure.
Yeah. So I guess just over that next couple of weeks, or that next week, as residents move out of their tents and whatnot, or however long it takes, start recycling things into that area and whatnot.
Okay, got it. I would say that there is some level of, the Empire is now starting to send more people in too, and as part of the approval of the masters of the city, that comes with a little bit of support that way too. So there would be a little bit of moving from the tents. I would say roll me a general persuasion check for persuading people to give up their tents in support of this project here. Not a super high DC. We're just looking at 13.
21.
21 it is. People are very, very happy, and many people are very just intrigued by the fact that an Aarakocra is here just talking to you, and getting the chance to have that conversation seems worth it enough for them to happily hand it over and start looking to spend their money on more permanent lodging.
Sweet.
And do you answer Voth's request for more sparring?
Absolutely. I am going to go get my spar on and hopefully not get my beak chipped.
Got it. All right. So what I would say is you head over to where the Cobalt Soul is, to their tents there on the outskirts of town, and you meet with Voth, and she says, good to see you. Let's get started. And takes you out, and they have a circle that they've drawn at this point. What they did was kind of carve some of the grass out of the ground, so there's like a little bit of a circle. And I'll go ahead and say, let's do just a quick initiative here for the sparring.
Oh, okay. 23.
Nice. Okay, got it. She got a little bit lower. So she got a 17. So you're going to go first. She kind of gets into an athletic stance and starts bouncing around a little bit. But you can go first.
I'm going to do a quick little stretch real quick and assume a kind of a similar stance and just start doing some unarmed attacks.
Okay, yeah, go ahead and roll your first attack.
That's going to be a 17.
A 17 just misses. You go out for your unarmed attack, and you can almost like feel just barely grazing the skin, but she moves before it actually makes contact.
All right, and then using my second attack after missing that one, I'm going to follow up with kind of a back kick.
Okay, yeah, go ahead and roll the attack for that.
That's going to be a 9.
Well, 9. After you come around for the back kick, she just easily kind of leans back and dodges out of the way of it. She kind of comes back to her stance, bouncing back and forth a bit. You're quick. Not quick enough. So any other attacks? Yeah, or is that it?
No, that's it.
Okay, got it. So she takes her turn. She starts kind of spinning around a little bit, rotating around you. You kind of follow and keep forward. And before she comes at you to make a move, she says, I've been looking at the origin of the Sun Soul monks and their ancient roots. And then she is going to make her attack right after she says that. And that is going to be, there we go. Oh yeah, 24 to hit.
Yep, that definitely hits me.
All right, and that is going to deal 6 points of bludgeoning damage as she knocks you in the face.
Right in the eyeball.
She kind of gives a little head nod and a little bit of smile of satisfaction for landing there. She says, I was not aware before, but the Sun Soul monks have their history in Vasselheim, the Dawn City. And rolls another attack. That one's a 26 to hit.
Yep, that hits.
And that was 5 points of bludgeoning damage.
All right.
And she just kind of backs off a little bit and looks at you, waiting for a response, both in the fight and in the conversation.
I'm gonna wipe my head a little bit. No big deal. Yeah, I've been trying to track down a little bit more information on the Sun Soul, and then I'm gonna follow up with a roundhouse kick.
Okay, got it.
18.
18. That just hits.
All right. That's gonna be 10 points of damage.
Nice. You kind of come in with a roundhouse kick and hit her across the face. You see a little bit of spit fly out of the mouth as she turns her head and she kind of wipes back off. Good hit.
My prior teacher, he discovered me after I had left the Cobalt Soul. He taught me the ways of the Sun Soul, and he did mention Vasselheim. That I'm gonna follow up with another punch.
Okay, go ahead and roll that attack.
That is 20.
20 hits, yeah. This time you're kind of picking up on her movements. You get the way she's kind of bobbing and weaving, and what you're doing this time is predicting where she's at rather than aiming for where she is, or we're predicting where she's going to be rather than where she is.
And that is 5 points.
5, so 15 points of damage total so far there. She kind of recovers just a bit, gives a little bit of a stretch. He taught you well. She kind of gives a couple breaths now, panting in the sparring. We do have a Sun Soul monk who was brought in to the vault of the Cobalt Soul in Vasselheim, one of our largest libraries, and that one is a dirty 20 to hit.
Yep, that hits.
10 points of bludgeoning damage. And she goes around. Everything has been just punches this time. But she says, if you would like, we can send word and request information on their history and any texts they might be able to send. And then a big roundhouse kick. That one is a 13 to hit.
That misses.
And it almost like catches your ear, piques your interest, and puts your senses on high alert. And you're able to repeat the dodge that she had at the beginning of the spar and just lean back, missing the kick.
I've been hoping in my travels to at least come across another Sun Soul monk. I've been avoiding monasteries, but if you could send word, that would seriously help me. And I am going to go for just a straight kick into the chest.
Okay, yeah, go ahead and roll that attack.
19.
19 hits by 1. Beat it by 1, yeah. Go ahead and roll that damage.
7 points.
7 points. You hit her and just... I think you got me, Rufus. That was a good one. And you might have broken a rib.
Oops, my bad.
Yeah. She kind of dusts herself off. You kind of see a little bit of movement and like a couple joints popping. I'm still game. And she says, I'll make the request. But understand, as somebody who's not a member of the Cobalt Soul, there will be some restrictions on the knowledge you're granted.
Some restrictions from the Sun Soul, since I'm not a part of the Cobalt Soul?
It is a former Sun Soul monk who's been absorbed into the Cobalt Soul, essentially the opposite of you.
That's fair. That is definitely fair. And I am going to give a high knee into the chin.
Okay, got it.
22.
22. Yeah, go ahead and roll some damage.
That is 6 points.
6 points. She comes back at you with a 21 right afterwards, coming for a low sweeping kick, trying to knock you off balance. And with that, I'll say that the rest of the sparring happens and goes through. You guys spend a little bit of time fighting each other, dealing very heavy blows back and forth, but mostly quiet for the rest of the sparring. And after it's done, she just says, "Well, I'll send you the info I can shortly."
Just out of curiosity, do you think there would be some possibility of meeting this monk, or is that out of the cards?
Go ahead and roll a persuasion check.
Ugh, 4.
4. This monk is very far away. If you have the means to travel to Vasselheim, you're welcome. I'm
That's
sure
fair.
they'd be willing to meet, even if they aren't willing to share everything that they know.
Okay, well, I appreciate it. Also, weren't you interested in the whole flying and acrobatics thing?
Yeah,
Said you might want to learn a thing or two sometime.
you teach me.
Well, I know a guy that has some flying shoes. Might be able to persuade him to let you borrow them for a little while. I'd be able to teach you a thing or two.
Go ahead and roll a general charisma check on this one. This is a different kind of request.
Oh shit, 9.
9. Actually, you know what? I will give you advantage because you
Okay.
broke her rib.
Worse, 6. It's a 9.
Okay. With the 9, she says, flying sounds terrifying. Maybe a little more sparring first, and then we'll see if your friend will let us borrow his shoes.
Okay, understand. Heard.
A 9 doesn't beat the DC, but it also isn't like, get out of here, fuckface. Cool. All right. Cool. Anything else for your first week then?
For my first week, no. I'm probably gonna go ice my my welts.
Okay, got it. Cool. Well, let's move down the middle row here, screen-wise, and go with Ekamos next.
Yeah.
Ekamos, and I'm gonna change the vibe here.
Oh,
for this
yeah.
for sure. For sure. Ekamos, tell me about your first week.
So first couple days, he's gonna kind of like keep to himself and head over to that potion shop, like apothecary, and just kind of
Okay.
get to know the owner there.
Okay.
Yeah, and we can start that part. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. You walk into the familiar tent of Rutharis' remedies. You see Rutharis there, the dragonborn, wearing a pair of round spectacles. You kind of adjust them as you come in. Ah, Ekamos. Good to see you.
Good to see you, Rutharis. How you doing?
Good, good. What brings you in today?
So I noticed that you're kind of into like potions and apothecary. I actually was too in my first life, if you couldn't tell.
Yeah, interesting stuff.
Yeah, for sure. So I was just wanting to try to continue that, and then kind of tell him like a little bit about my backstory of like what had happened to me and stuff like that.
Okay.
Yeah, so born and raised in Taldoria and Amon, and my parents weren't too rich at the time, so they decided to kind of get me an internship over at an apothecary, kind of like what you're doing here. And my master that I was working under, he was helping me out. I was getting pretty good at, finding things of that nature to make potions and whatnot. And me not knowing, he actually was like running tests on me and stuff like that, which ended up causing my death. Then I can't really remember too much of what had happened in the meantime between me passing and coming back, but I'm kind of trying to figure that out, if that makes any sense.
An odd tale, admittedly.
Right.
I apologize if this is an insensitive question. Do you remember your alchemical training? Do you remember things from your first life?
A little bit, yeah. It's kind of rough with the memories fading and all that. But I'm trying my best to get that going again. Obviously, if you're able to help me, that would be awesome. That way I can kind of figure out what happened, like what he was trying to do to me, or something like that, to try to find amends and try to find him as well.
I'll say go ahead and roll persuasion check. I'll also give you advantage on this because you shared that backstory with him. That's
Okay.
pretty heavy stuff.
Okay. Persuasion.
Persuasion. Yeah.
That's can't. 14.
14. Especially as a member of Bastion's Watch, an ambassador for Hope's Bastion. And more importantly, just helping somebody who's gone through something so traumatic. I'd be willing to offer some alchemical lessons if you would be open to taking them.
Absolutely, yeah.
Well then, when do you want to get started?
Do you need help around the store now or the shop now? I'd be more than happy to help you out.
Oh, absolutely. And he turns around and reaches back behind the counter and pulls back a book and starts flipping around to a certain recipe. He goes, how are you with health potions?
Not so much, obviously, because I haven't been needing them.
Well, let's see if we can get you. Health potions are pretty basic, especially using this dialect fruit here. And so he spends the next couple of hours going over using the dialect fruit to kind of enhance the magical enchantments of health potions, to create new ones. Starts to go over common ingredients in other health potions where dialect fruit is not involved, because that is not a common way. Looking at troll's blood or different creatures that have regenerative properties being used for health potions. And if with that persuasion check and with that conversation, we will continue over the next couple of weeks how that training goes out and what that looks like for what you become proficient in as a result.
Awesome.
Anything else for this first week?
Yeah, like that first half, he'll kind of hang out with him, and then he'll kind of start, I would say, leaving the Bastion's Overwatch and just kind of like staying around the local area, seeing if he can kind of commune with that bull that he found in the cave.
Sure. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, you find yourself outside, kind of looking at the bowl. Look and see the current markings that are in it. I'll say go ahead and roll an Arcana check.
Okay. Yeah. 13.
13. Okay. While looking at it, you hear the voice again. Feed it blood. The last drop of blood in a life. It needs to matter. It needs to hurt.
Let's see if I can find like random animals around the area and see if I can hunt them and try to use that blood, I guess.
Go ahead and roll a survival check to represent your kind of hunting here.
Hey, that's a better roll. 17.
17. Okay, got it. Let me see something here.
Is this like a prelude to serial murder?
Right?
I mean,
I'm sitting here too, like, wait, is this what like serial killers do? They start killing small animals.
Okay, with a 17, you see kind of a couple different animals out in the area around the fields. You see a badger. You find one that is kind of roaming around. Look, you're not quite sure if that's something you want to take on. See a fox. What time of day would you be looking? Or is this nighttime? Would you be going out quietly at night?
Yeah.
I would say rather than a fox, you'd see a coyote.
Okay.
We'll make that a coyote. You do see various little small creatures. You can find the nest of like some chipmunks, some ground squirrels, little stuff if you wanted to try that.
Yeah, I'll start small.
How small are you starting? There's a couple.
Yeah, I
couple
would go
animals.
for like a squirrel or like a rabbit or
Ground
something.
squirrel.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Go ahead and. I mean, how are you trying to attack this squirrel?
Looking through.
Well, chipmunk. How are you trying to attack
Yeah,
this
yeah.
chipmunk?
Let's see, I would probably just use one of the daggers I have and just try to like go and hit it and see if I can get it.
Give me a dex check for like catching it.
Okay. Just a flat dex.
Yeah, just flat dex. We contest
Huh. Rip 6.
6. Okay. Takes you a couple tries. I would say this won't be a full failure, but it takes you like a full hour.
Good
to
amount.
catch this
Yeah,
damn
yeah, for
chipmunk.
sure.
Like you just focus on it. You're like, well, cool. Now I have to get it,
Mhm.
and you chase it around just for an hour trying to catch it, and you finally get your hands on it. It's almost this pushing you. Once you decided on it, it's like you had to go get it. Yeah. But with it in your hands, I won't even make you roll. You'd be able to hit it with the dagger. You'd be able to do enough damage to easily kill it. It's a little chipmunk. You drain all of the blood into the bowl.
Is this what you want?
Paltry offering. This is not enough. This needs to be more. They need more power. Weak creatures will not suffice. Find something that can think for itself.
Like, fuck, all right, man. And then I'll try to go for coyote, I guess.
Go for the coyote. Okay, got it.
Yeah,
This one's
fine.
athletics for catching a coyote.
Yeah, for sure.
Go ahead and give me an athletics check.
Oh, that's my worst stat. Oh, 8.
8. Got it. You find the coyote with an 8. This one is a failure because it is fast enough that it can just run away from you. Yeah, it dips off and you are unable to catch the coyote. Yeah. You look up here. It's about midnight now.
I don't want to give up on it just yet, so I'll try to see what else I can find, I guess.
Yeah. Walking around. Go ahead and roll an investigation check.
Hey, crap rolls. 14.
14. Not much more animals. You see a couple nocturnal creatures flying in the air. You see a couple owls. You don't see much. Maybe a bat flittering around. The 14, though, as you're looking, you do see, it looks like one of the laborers is out in the fields taking a nighttime stroll. Kind of odd, actually. You're a little suspicious of them. Why would they be out here?
It's like tearing me inside, but I generally want to know what this bull wants, so I guess I'll like kind of snap my finger near my hood and like summon Beelzebub, and kind of like pretty much like, all right, calm down, easy, listen. I need you to see if you can use your invisibility, right? And I need you to go and distract this laborer for me. You can get his attention, probably like rustle some bushes, get him to investigate it, and then kind of pop out and talk to him while I try to sneak up behind him. Can you do that for me?
Of course. Just gets off. Goes invisible, you see. Let's roll stuff. Okay. You see, or rather, I would say he, since he has that telepathic connection with you wherever you're at, he would, after probably about 6 or 7 minutes, all right, I'm in place. Just let me know when.
All right. And then how far would you say that would be?
I would say right now you'd probably be about 100 feet or so away.
Okay.
I would assume that you were kind of moving closer to while he was moving closer. If you're trying to move up, I would say if you're doing it using Beelzebub as a distraction, and you're trying to walk up quietly, I would say go ahead and roll stealth check with advantage.
Okay.
As you start to hear the rustling in the bushes, and you hear, huh?
19.
The fuck was that? Doesn't seem like you're seen.
Yeah, I'm gonna try to get right up behind him with the dagger and just.
All right. Go ahead and roll an attack roll with advantage.
All right. Ooh, at 20.
Oh! Whoa!
I needed that bad.
Roll some damage.
Oh boy. From the dagger.
From the dagger, which would be a D4. So it'll be
4 plus 1.
2d4 plus your 2d4 plus your dex would be what this roll ends up being. If you roll anything but double ones.
4, 5, 6, 7, and the 8.
Nicholas, why don't you flavor that fatality for me?
Oh. So yeah, I'm just gonna walk up and kick the back of his knee to get him to like arch forward, and then I grab his forehead and just right in front of his jugular. Yeah. And then as he's choking
And falls
and
to the
leaning
ground.
forward, I'm gonna have the bowl, so where it like just pours into the bowl.
Okay. And you hear, yes. Yes. And it takes a minute for all the blood to drain.
Right.
But the last light leaves his eyes. And you know that the last drop of blood to leave as they die is the one needed. And it does. And you see a purple glow on the bottom of the bowl through the blood. And it almost starts to not just light up underneath, but the light starts to penetrate up above, and it is in the shape of the talon that it was before. But you see this light start to shape and change, and it moves from a 3-taloned claw extends out to 5 long fingers with claws at the end. Time passes as you watch this light. And you're not quite sure if an hour passes or if a minute passes. But as it does, you look up and see in front of you a womanly figure standing in the dark. Long fingers that extend to even longer claws. Black hair that goes down to the middle of her back. Pale white skin. Pupilless white eyes. And deep red lips that have a dribble of blood coming down off of them. This figure is not wearing any clothes, but yet they're also not naked, for everything beneath their shoulders is covered in dripping blood that seems to never end. A dress of blood, if you will. She steps forward, moves her bloody fingers over your face, tracing a claw underneath your chin. Good. Good. Their power is now our power. You will be blessed for what you have done. And now that this bowl has been devoted to me, any blood of any kind will call me to you. All you need is to fill the bowl, and I will be there. We will be there. All of the blood will be ours. You know whose blood we need next. Go and find him. Return the power that belongs to you. And almost as if she was never there, you look and she's gone.
I'll just like exhale somewhat, I guess. Like kind of relieved. Damn. Well, okay, that answers that. Yeah, now just guess head back, all depressed, but knowing what I needed to know.
Okay. On the way back, probably about 5 minutes after you start on your way back to Bastion's Watch, you see an odd sight. A tree with a doorway attached to it. Golden hinges and a golden handle, sparkling with magical fey energy.
Well, I think this is what Varric was talking about forever ago. I'm by myself. I don't think I want to go through this door.
Okay. Head back to Hope. To Hope
Yeah,
Factory.
absolutely. I'm beating feet now. I'm gone.
Okay, got it. All right. Cool. Well then. Anything else for your first week?
I think I'm good for that week. Yeah.
Got it.
Yeah.
Breck, let's move to you next. I'm going to switch up again here. What are you doing for your first week of downtime?
Breck's gonna be on like a pretty tight schedule, actually.
Okay.
He's gonna spend most of his mornings going around meeting all the soldiers and different guards that are currently in the settlement.
Okay.
He'd spend roughly 6 to 7 hours learning from the gnomes how to use the dialect fruit to nourish the soil.
Okay. I would say as you're trying to get help from the gnomes to nourish the soil, what they offer is, because you had your plant set up in your little cabin, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So what they would offer is there is a gnome whose name you find is Orixie Nimblefoot.
Orixie Nimblefoot.
Yeah, in terms of gnomes, she's a little bit younger, but still about 50, 60 years old. And the gnomes brought her out and says, or rather, Positive brings her out and says, Orixie's very, very good with plants. I think she can help you out, letting you know anything you need with some extra growing techniques. She's kind of a little bashful, but hi. I can help with what you need. I'm happy to help. And you can see she's got a few different like leather pouches attached to her belt. One looks like it's probably got some kind of liquid or water in it, and then different a variety of pouches that she's carrying.
Well, I guess my first question would be, have the Nimblefoots ever infused the dialect fruit with alcohol?
She kind of smells. Well, I mean, yes. Sometimes people will just throw some juice into it, just if they're, it's a hangover cure. It's kind of like, a little bit of a hair of the dog thing. But the morning after drinks sometimes will have the dialect fruit in it.
Does it taste all right?
Tastes okay. I mean, do you drink it for the taste?
Yeah.
Okay.
You not?
I mean, I drink to get drunk a lot most of the time, but it's better if it tastes good.
Well, I've been working on a brew, and I was hoping to use this plant that I've been growing in my cabin to kind of infuse into it and make somewhat of like a late night after adventuring kind of brew.
Not a bad idea. Could we go take a look at it? I can see if we can help it grow a little bit so you can have more to use for it.
Yeah, that'd be awesome. I should tell you that I did mix some troll's blood into the soil when I planted the plant.
Interesting. That has similar properties to the dialect fruit. That probably is a pretty smart idea. Yeah, let's go check it out. So you guys head over to the cabin, and she goes in and says, "Oh wow!" And you can see now that even in the few days that it's been since you did that, probably double in growth. It's quite a bit bigger. Not so big that it won't fit in here yet. Which is wow, yeah, great technique. That's a fantastic idea. I don't have any troll's blood on me, but if you have access to troll's blood, I can give you a recipe for a really good nutritious mix. That would be good nutrients. Mix it with like some nitrogen additives, and it'd be really good food for the plants.
Yeah. Let me get some pen and paper.
Do you use any nature magic? That'd make it a lot easier.
Nature magic, huh?
Yeah.
I can make water.
Make water. Hey, I mean that helps. It definitely needs water, especially if you're growing it inside. I would say, do you have like notes for your adventures brew out or anything, or is it just kind of something you're doing in your head?
He's just been kind of doing it in his head.
Okay, got it. What do you have so far for that?
Well, I haven't actually mixed any of the dialect fruit into it. I didn't want to ruin it. I would assume she could smell the brew that's been like brewing in there.
Yeah.
I pretty much started that like day one.
Yeah, it'd be a little tough. You can't actually make like a wine out of it. If you ferment it, then it removes the restorative properties. So you can't really make the wine out of it first, or make alcohol out of it first. I wonder if you could ferment some alcohol, or ferment something like like using weed or whatever, and then add in the dialect fruit to that mix, and then let it sit together and kind of brew from there. It might work out. And I would say that the two of you for like the next hour just kind of talk about growing the plant inside, planning on how to mix in the dialect fruit, if maybe doing slight fermentation of the dialect fruit would retain the restorative properties, but give it a little bit of alcohol volume. And what I'm going to say for this is we're going to do 2 rolls here. They're going to be combined rolls with Orixie helping Breck. We're going to do a wisdom check with the 2 of you, and then an intelligence check. The wisdom check is having the wisdom to quickly put things together and figuring out what the best way to do it. The intelligence check is for actually letting it play out and having the process go successfully from there. The DC is going to be a combined DC of 20. So what that means is both you and Orixie combined need to get to 20. And if you do, then I would say the wisdom check and intelligence check need to happen. But if either of, I would say the wisdom check needs to happen first, and if it doesn't, then we can look at in following weeks giving it more attempts.
Okay.
So what I'll say, start off with the wisdom check.
I got an 11.
An 11. It was a 12 for Orixie. So that is a 23. So between the 2 of you, over the course of a couple of hours, figure out a viable recipe for the Adventurer's Brew using the dialect fruit. Great idea, by the way. Absolutely love that. So let's go ahead and roll that intelligence check next to see. And let's see. All right. So Orixie, we're going to say that is for her a 9 total.
I got a 12.
12! Nice! All right. So then I will say over the course of the first week, you make your first official, we'll call it a, like just not a ton, just like a mini cask, just a small little amount, but you successfully make your first Adventurer's Brew. And the effect of the Adventurer's Brew is that it is a tasty ale made by Breck Deep Delver, that when you drink it, I would say rather than the 1d4 plus 1 of the roll that would take for the dialect fruit, when you drink it, it restores 3 hit points.
Hell yeah. I'm definitely writing the recipe down and putting it behind the counter.
Okay, got it. Nice little hidden spot. Cool. So I would also say that Lumini would come find you and say, Breck, good to see you. Just wanted to let you know I received official word. There will be 20 Righteous Brand soldiers who are going to be
being posted here in the next week. And that is directly going to be Righteous Brand who are reporting to you. So think about what you want them to be doing and what you would like them to focus on.
I would like 20 shields to accompany those 20 men.
They will definitely be coming with shields.
Good. All right. Phalanx training begins as soon as they get here.
Got it. Cool. Anything else for the first week for you?
I guess any leftover time that wasn't spent sleeping would be me working at the bar.
Okay, got it. Going to hang out with Michonne. Cool. All right, we went through the middle row here. Let's go and get Alivor. You're hanging out on the bottom there. Let's get Alivor. What are you doing for your first week?
All right. So, first and foremost, Alivor would take. So with Pythmaster, he'd be mainly worried about that to start out with, getting the buildings and all that stuff set up and just doing whatever it is the Pythmaster does for that. Yeah. So yeah, buildings and stuff like that. And then also that would take up the majority of most of the working days, just making sure overseeing, making sure all the infrastructure is built and stuff like that. He would carve out, I would say, about an hour or two at the end of each workday, and he would go over to the Cobalt Soul and hopefully use their library to possibly get any information or see what he can find about his new fancy sword or the figure that he keeps seeing in his dreams.
Now, would you just be using their books, or would you be talking to them about it?
I would first try to go to the books to see if I could find it on my own, because I want to keep this as on the down low as possible. And I know Orvo is not the best at keeping secrets. But if I can't find anything in the books, then I'll start to probe.
Okay, got it. Now, I will say they don't have a huge selection here, just a very select amount of books for Orvo specifically.
Mm-hmm.
But what I will say, go ahead and roll me a persuasion check. And that's going to represent how much access to the books that they give you.
That's going to be a 24.
24, okay. Figured the bard would get pretty good on the persuasion check there. So they give you, with the 24, yeah, you gain full access to all of Orvo's books.
Mm-hmm.
I would say at that point, just let's see here. Go ahead and roll me an investigation check.
Not as good as my persuasion.
You're just looking on your own.
All right, investigation. I've got 13.
A 13, okay. With a 13, you don't find a ton. I would say you hear mentions of I would say the information that had been given to you before by Orvo is kind of what you pick up on.
Mm-hmm.
That there are cults who use kind of that mask style in some of their rituals, and those are in Taldore. I would say the specific information that you would have from the book, once you find that, you're like, oh, this must be where Orvo got that information. Right. You do see that there is basically a footnote where it says like, oh, here's where we got this information. That, let's see here. There is a name mentioned at the bottom. It just says, after researching Anna Ripley.
Anna Ripley. That doesn't strike any bells with me.
No. Well, you know what? Go ahead and roll a history check. Let's see.
Okay.
Let's see.
So also not. Oh, a little bit better. That's a 19.
A 19. Okay. I would say with a 19, you would not know, huh?
Okay.
Little shy of what you needed.
Okay, well, seeing that don't really have no other option, let's go talk to Mr. Chatterbox.
Hello, Alvor. How's the reading today?
Oh, it's fine, just learning new stuff, just trying to soak in as much as I can. I do have a question for you.
Mhm.
Mainly just if this name strikes anything of this. Have you ever heard of an Anna Ripley?
Time to roll for Orvo. I would say give me a persuasion check again on this one here. He has a kind of a funny look on his face.
17.
17, okay.
It's low.
Okay. If you don't mind me asking, Alvor, what is your interest?
I've just come across the name in a few of my books, and it seems to be a reoccurring name, and I'm just wondering, who is this person that seems to pop up so much?
Well, from what I know of Anna Ripley, she originally worked for the Dwendalian government, developing technology in Rexentrum. But she ran afoul of the law there. And after that, her whereabouts are less tracked than what we would know. At least off the top of my head, if you'd like, I could put in an official request for information with the archive in Rexentrum. I'm sure they'd have quite a bit of information.
No need for an official request. Like I said, it was just curiosity getting at me. Just wanted to see. Yeah. Okay, well, that's all I really had for you. Just wanted to know if you knew that.
Sure. Absolutely. How has your search been going on your information that you were looking into previously?
Like I said, kind of at a stalemate here. I haven't really found much, but keep searching, trying to figure things out.
And he kind of... Would you have your rapier on you?
I would, actually.
Okay.
Yep.
Got it.
I like my new fancy sword, so I just immediately put it on.
I'll just say you see him seeing it.
Okay. I don't want to address that at the moment. So
No, of course.
I'm just gonna be like, all right, well, thank you for your help, and then I'd leave for the day.
Got it.
And then at the end of each day, like at the end of the work day, when everyone's starting to get off and relax and whatnot, I would go over to the friendly ogre and do the same thing that I had done before. Just go play music,
right.
throw out the hat for some coin, and then at the end of the night, whatever my take is, I split it with Michonne.
All right, so go ahead. Let's roll a performance check. And this is going to be your performance for the week. I know, man. You're a bard. You got to have those performance
These
checks.
are my worst rolls for, and here we go. It's here. It's already starting. Sorry, quick maths. 13.
A 13. Okay. 13, man. 13. Okay, go ahead and roll a D100 for me.
Oh, what the? Which one is that one?
D100. Well, it's both of the 10s.
Both of the 10s. Okay,
Yeah.
so
If you roll both of the
there we
10s,
go.
that's a D100.
I've got them. 37.
Okay, so over the course of the week, you make 18 gold pieces. And give the other 18 to Michonne.
Oh, okay, perfect. So inventory. Sweet. All right. And then for the first week, at the end of each, like when I go back to my quarters,
Mhm.
I'm going to. I'm just going to be so entranced with my new rapier. I'm just going to be looking it up and down constantly, and I would like to also, I don't know, I guess practice my close quarter combat skills. You know, just
yeah.
like because I'm more of a range, like I don't get up close too much, but
Mhm.
I have to with this, so I want to start practicing on my own to try and get better with it.
Okay. Yeah, absolutely. You spend time in your cabin just kind of going over different moves. You can steal a training dummy if you'd like from the Crown's Guard equipment. that you're
Oh
moving
yeah,
over
we're
and-
definitely gonna try and drag one of those bad boys back.
Cool. Okay, got it.
Just pay no attention. Pyth Master.
Yeah. What's the Pipe Master doing? Cool. Anything else for your first week?
No, that'll be it mostly for
Cool.
first week.
All right. Let's head up top there on the screen for Varric. What are you doing for your first week?
All right. I do have a few things. I think first and foremost, I would go and talk to Basati after that meeting.
Okay, got it. Yeah, you're able to find her easy enough. She's at the chantry where she normally is. Or the chantry tent where she normally is.
Mhm.
Hello, brother.
Yeah, hey, how's it going? Just wanted to speak after that meeting. Obviously, I know the questions that were brought up might cause you to feel uncomfortable, and I just wanted to address that. Obviously, my answers might have not helped with that either.
Kind of, you can see her drop her guard a little bit. It's tough, brother. It's tough to stick your neck out for others.
It is, but if we want to make this work, it's what's gonna have to be done. We're not gonna be able to do it on our own, and we, as in everyone on the council, would be dumb not to listen to the Nimblefoots and what they have to offer. And sometimes you might have to bend, but not necessarily break those rules.
If the Dwendalian Empire were to ever ban the worship of Pelor, what would you do? Who are you more loyal to, brother?
I'm loyal to the people I care about.
She gives a chuckle. I know you are. I'm just finding myself wondering. I didn't think about it much before when we were in Rexentrum. We were just doing the orders of the Chantry. But admittedly, seeing everything going on out here, seeing the gnomes, making friends with some of them, and seeing the work that you've done to bring them here and to advocate, it makes me wonder if what we were doing was what Pelor wanted or what the king wanted. And who we should answer to if those were to ever differ.
I mean, honestly, it's not a hard thing for me, I guess. I guess the way I think about it is when we grew up, we didn't always have this. Pelor wasn't always a thing for us. We made it work regardless. So, no matter what happens, we still have each other. We still have the ones we care about, and we'll find a way to make it work. Whether it's with Pelor, whether it's with the Empire, we just keep surviving.
So you would leave the Empire if it was better? Somewhere else?
I guess that depends on what better looks like, I guess. I mean, I guess it would depend on what the Empire became or what it is becoming.
Well, you're a part of it now. We both are.
Yes, I
We're
am.
Lawmaster and Idolmaster. We are well woven into the fabric of the Dwindling Empire.
But things change.
They do. Tell me, how's your history, brother?
It's okay. I guess above average.
I've been looking into the history of the gods, of Pelor specifically, and in some of my musings have looked back to the past. There's stories of Pelor and the Wild Mother fighting side by side as gods, fighting off evil in this world. It makes me think of you and your friend Brick, fighting together on behalf of those gods. Even when one of you does so against the laws of the country you live in, the country you work for, the country you fight for. We're so far from that time, yet we still feel its impacts.
And that's exactly what I mean. Like, one day it could be something that's allowed, and the next, someone with more power than us says it's not right. But it doesn't change how we feel about it. We just have to abide by something.
I hope what we've done so far is right.
I believe it is.
I know you do.
Well, as always, don't want to take too much of your time. I just wanted to make sure you were feeling all right about everything.
Stay safe, brother.
As you.
I'm doing my best. And if you stay safe, that will help with that.
Well, I have decent people around me.
Good. Well, can I walk you to your next location?
Sure. I was going to go see Bowen.
And the two of you kind of walk, and she walks with you, heading over to Bowen. You guys have small talk that's more, less deep than the kind of the previous conversation. As you are walking, you do catch a glimpse of some new people in the settlement, at least new that you've seen. You see a party of an elf, a half-elf, wearing kind of Dwendalian clothing. A half-elf that has more of a drow look to them. And then somebody who you recognize the garb of the Ashari as well. Kind of an odd mixture of people here in the settlement, but give them a little side eye as you walk by and kind of just note that they're there. Head to Bowen's, and Vasati says, "See you soon, brother." And transfer off to Bowen, just giving hey, Varric. You can see he's just covered in sweat. You see that there's more disorganization here in the smithy than there usually is. Seems like he's been working quite a bit harder at this point. Wouldn't be so lucky for me to learn that you're here to help, are you?
That is exactly why I'm here, Bowen.
And you see his shoulders just, thank the fucking gods.
Before I do that, though, I did have a question. I guess two questions. Where are you from, Bowen?
Me? Oh, I was Dash originally. Got some basic smithy training there. Headed out here. Lived in Nerosa for about a decade. Until I heard they were opening up shop here. Thought I might have less competition, if I'm being honest.
Do you, by chance, know anyone else that would be interested in coming out here? Friends, family?
Made a few contacts back in my day. People in general, or people who can do smithing?
people who can do some smithing. We're gonna be busy.
Yeah. I know some contacts if we've got funding to pay them.
We'll figure something out.
Yeah. I'll send some letters out. Sure. See what we can do. This place has been good to me. I'll just tell them the truth. Could be good to them too.
Cool. And then lastly, I recently came upon some time on my hands. Hopefully, well, I was hoping that you could give me a crash course, I guess. Maybe a little
You've
bit
been doing
more
all
than
this
nails.
free work for me. You just show up and you just start making shit. Of course, I'm going to give you free training. All right, he just points over there. Make some of those. We need a shitload of nails right now. We've got orders to build a second story on the Friendly Ogre, and they need all the nails for that. We got braces. We got all kinds of shit. Get a couple hours in, and I'll do some teaching afterwards.
So yeah, I think over at least the first week, that's pretty much how I'm gonna spend most of the days, is working with him, and probably spend a little bit time working with the Crown's Guard.
Okay. I'm just doing like some training and stuff with them.
Exactly.
Getting to know them.
Yep.
Okay, cool. Got it. All right. Well, then I think we have the final first week contestant, Milo.
Yeah. Immediately after the meeting, he's going to sit down and start drafting up some notes.
Okay.
One just going to the Empire once again, one to the Soul Search Academy, and then 3 going to Laix Silverquill.
Okay.
One that he could hopefully pass off to some of the Order of the Dark Rose that's in Uthadurn.
Okay.
As well as maybe some treats for Oakley.
Okay.
And then one to see if Laix could even find Zarm.
Okay.
All of the sensitive ones will be under illusory script.
Okay.
And then we can talk about the contents, I guess, later.
For sure. And he gave me a little bit of idea of what
Yeah.
the plans were. Yeah, for sure.
And then after that, he is going to walk out. All right, still seen. You think we go to the Nimblefoots first and talk to Possifer?
They are quite friendly.
They are. It's always a fun time. And I'm going to head off that direction.
Okay, got it. You head over to this eclectic tent that is now growing and growing and growing now, getting taller and taller. And you kind of walk up to it looking like, how the hell does this stay up? How is it? It is just like this mishmash. It looks like every kid's dream of having a fort for him and all their friends to, or for them and all their friends to stay in. And all gnomish sized, of course. And you walk in, and at this point, I would say you would know where Posiver is. And there's little steps to get up to different platforms, and you kind of give a little knock at his tent pole, and he comes out dressed in his gnomish druidic gear, kind of leaf motifs and actual leaves sewn in quite a few places. And says, hello, Milo. What can I do for you today?
Oh, sir, I was hoping that I might get a chance to talk to you about some stuff.
Certainly.
Concerning the groves and the lumber production.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. We're making great progress. We've got about 100 saplings that are in the ground right now, and then another 40 that are adolescent size that are starting to grow nice and tall.
I love that. I wanted to run some ideas past you, but first, I was wondering if you might join the council as a ambassador of the Nimblefoots to weigh in on certain things to do with Hope's Bastion matters.
Interesting. I appreciate the offer, but am a little confused as to why it's there.
I mean, you brought a lot of people out here. You guys have a certain stake in this area. I think that you should at least be informed.
Well, I do appreciate that.
But I will say, the Dwendalian Empire, with all due respect, the Dwendalian Empire is not fond of sharing power.
That is very true, and we might be able to word this in a way that gets you, let's say it avoids those questions.
Go ahead and roll a persuasion check. And I'll say you get it at advantage as well, because we've been doing the persuasion checks at advantage for all the stuff you guys have been doing.
Persuasion. That's going to be a 23.
23. Well, Milo, we've put our trust in you so far, and I think that's paid off. If you say that we can trust you on this, if I can trust you on this, and that it will be safe for me to do so, then I would be honored to take the position.
We would be honored to have you. And if the wind starts blowing in the wrong direction, if you feel unsafe in any way, if things start to trend in that direction, we will remove you from that vicinity at least. Still inform you, but you don't have to be present. Your safety is of high concern to us.
I appreciate that. My safety lies with my friends and family. I would hate to see anything happen to them. And in whatever position I have, I will make sure that their protection comes first.
Of course. Now, speaking of maybe a timeline of when these saplings might be harvestable.
Ah, I see. Come in and butter me up a little and then ask the real questions, huh?
Merely conveying the wants and nature of the council as a whole. But now it's business.
I see. I would say give it a month's time. We should have approximately 200 to 300 full-grown trees that we can start using for timber. I would assume before then that we can have a meeting with the Long Rivers and discuss getting the timber to their mills to start being distributed.
Yes.
And used here in the settlement for what isn't.
I have a fairly lofty idea as well, and I'm wondering if you'll entertain me for a second. How hard would it be, and this is over a great amount of time, would it be to expand the grove around the settlement?
If we're harvesting the trees, we can't do that. Well, I suppose we could have a system where we grow all of the trees and then pull from places that have excess.
Plant more, harvest less. Harvest what we need, but plant in excess.
It could be done, but that would take quite a bit more time. We're
of course,
talking
yes.
In the realm of years, not months. But if we were doing something that big, an ambassador to Hope's Bastion might be able to go back to the other clans of the Velven Thicket and see if others besides the Nimblefoots would want to get involved.
More trees in the world couldn't hurt. Plus, it might give us a strategic advantage from distances.
I'll have some discussions, see if it's something that we can do, but
Absolutely.
I like the idea. And I like the attitude of more trees in the world do good. I feel like you're just buttering me up a little more.
Well, if there's any time that you feel if you need anything or just come into town, maybe we could have a couple of ales at the Ogre.
And he leans forward here and looks up at you because you're taller. Be very careful inviting gnomes to party. They will do it.
I'm going to hold you to your word on that.
Good.
And then I am going to very politely excuse myself.
Got it.
And I think the next location I'd like to go somewhat subtly is the Derail's farm.
Okay. That is a big one. I would say roll me a stealth check to get out of town without being seen.
I knew that. It's gonna be an 8. Oh, you know what? I am going to cast invisibility and do this by air, I think.
Okay. I would say that with the
If I can.
the 8, yes.
No.
It will come after the 8 though, because
Yeah.
that's post roll. But
That
what
tracks.
I'll say is, what I'll say is that let's see. If everybody wants to roll let's roll a d20. Because this is against passives, and that would beat everybody's passives, except maybe Breck. Oh wait, no, Breck would have good perception. But yeah, let's just roll a d20. This is more just like who's around.
My passive perception's ass.
Okay, I was gonna say I'm getting characters mixed up, especially now that we've got so many campaigns running. But yeah, everybody just roll straight d20 and let me know what the result is.
19.
14.
Everybody's waving at me as I fly away.
I'm gonna assume with
Shit.
the 1, Breck's probably been working pretty hard.
Okay, got it.
13.
13. Okay.
5.
5. Okay. Ekamos, Varric, and Rufus would see Milo kind of like walk out and like trip off the step. He like is like moving out, like trying to be. You can see him like look around and step off onto the step and just miss the step and fall down onto the ground. Like, shit. Wipe himself off. Look around a little bit. And then you'd see him go invisible, and that's all you would see.
Nobody saw it. Nobody saw me fall.
And Milo, you invisibly through the night air fly off to the familiar. Actually, not familiar. You guys haven't been here yet.
I think we've been out there yet.
The location that you know to be the Derail Farm, the Silver Sage Farms specifically. And actually, I'm gonna change. I've had this song ready for about 19 sessions for if the group went to the Silver Sage Farms. All right, so you head to the Silver Sage Farms, and you see as you fly over it very large wooden fences. The fences themselves are probably about 10 to 12 feet tall, but also not like slats where you can't see through them. They are just posts, like kind of poles across, with a gap of maybe about 2 feet in between each one going up. Almost looks like, it does look like livestock fencing, but is made taller. And easy enough to see why you see kind of roaming around the pastures here where they're fenced off is giant goats. And you see quite a few of them, but flying over these farms, or at least in that direction, you see that there is a large kind of entrance with a sign over the top. It says Silver Sage Farms, a goat carved into the middle of the sign. But here you are.
I am going to float on down to the front door. I'm going to go ahead and just give a look around and listen real quick.
Okay.
Before I do anything else.
Sure. Yeah, go ahead and roll a perception check.
It's going to be a 9.
Okay. You do hear muffled talking over the course of the door. You would also be able to look out and see there are a couple workers out in the field.
Okay.
Well, actually, I would say you're going at night, right?
I kind of wondered. I would have done this during the day, but I didn't know how much
during
time
the day.
I had.
Okay,
Yeah.
no, if you're during the day, that's fine. So if you're doing during the day, there would be a couple people out there. You do see an elvish, kind of a younger elvish male, kind of off riding one of the goats. You see a dwarf who is on just kind of on the ground carrying the ropes of 3 of them. Looks like leading them somewhere. As well as 2 humans who are walking way off in the distance towards one of the stables.
I am going to knock on the door.
Okay. I would say after the knock on the door, the muffled sounds behind the door kind of go quiet. And about 30 seconds pass.
Hiding some contraband.
After about 45 seconds, you see that the younger elf that you had seen is moving closer with a bow in their hand.
I'm going to drop my invisibility. It's Milo Hawkins. I mean you no harm. I just want to talk to whoever's in charge of the DeBrails family.
Okay. At that, the door behind you opens with nobody behind it. And you can see that there is an entryway with two figures standing there. One, I would say you didn't get a good look at the elf who was moving towards you in terms of features, but you do see a male elf, older in years, wearing an apparel that is kind of a mix between typical elvish ornate garb and dwarven style fabrics. But overall, a bit more rough than elves would normally wear, kind of farm boots. They have sharp features and dark brown hair that is wrapped up behind their back. And you see next to them an elvish woman. And she has blonde hair. She's wearing simple clothing, nothing too ornate. Has a loose ponytail on the back. Milo. It's good to finally see you. Please come in.
I walk inside. Can I let Blot go subtly? Or just honestly,
I would say roll a sleight of hand because Blot can be invisible. Can Blot be invisible?
he's just super stealthy. Yeah.
Okay, so I would say give me a stealth check for Blot if that's what we're going with.
Oh crap! I didn't have it pulled up real quick. I believe it's +5.
Okay.
It's gonna be a 23.
23. Okay, that would get Blot quietly moving off of you.
Okay. So I like to tell him through our mind link to go center up on the roof again.
Okay, got it. Flubber style heads up there.
Yeah, and enter, and I walk inside.
They invite you into a room with a table. Looks like a dining room that has, right now, it looks like a pitcher of some sort and a couple of simple goblets. Please sit. They pour 3 glasses of wine. How do things fare, Milo? I'm sorry. I am very anxious for news. My name is Satherin. This is my wife, Tisha. We've been friends of your mother's for a long time.
Well, it might bring you some ease to know that she is kind of safe. She's in good hands, but there have been some issues. I'd like to. Can you tell me a little bit more about your connection to my mother, Uthadern, and a specific organization?
They kind of look at each other. Please forgive the intrusion. And you see a silver sheen go over Satherin's eyes as you recognize the detect magic spell. Just making sure that we're talking to Zinnia's son and nobody else.
I hold up my hand that has her ring on it. If they've ever seen that, who knows?
Well then, what do you wish to know, Mallow?
I want to know how. First off, what is the presence in Uthadurn? What's the current situation? How is it relevant to me personally, the settlement, and my mother?
Uthadurn has served as refuge for the elves from Malaysmere for hundreds of years. It was there that the first plans were made for elvish sovereignty, sovereign elvish nation in Wildmount. There were a group of about 10 who started the order in Uthadurn at first. Your mother was one of them. They have grown substantially since then, but not so much that it causes problems with leaks of information. It is a extremely stringent process to allow somebody in. A process by which we are foregoing in telling you this information. Please understand the weight of it.
I do. In fact, I'm going to stop you right there. I have recently, as you may have heard, been elevated to the position of Starosa, which means probably I'm going to have a lot of eyes on what I am doing, as well as maybe certain spells or techniques, methods to get the truth, or at least to spot lies. I think I might be in a precarious situation as far as that's concerned, so information running through me may not be the best course of action. However, I do want to contribute and help my mother in any way I can. I am no friend to the current Dwendalian Empire. I think that there can be something better.
You speak words of treason.
I think I speak words that most people are just thinking.
I sense great caution in you, which is warranted, and that is very smart. As I understand it, your mother has cautioned you to keep your head down, no?
She has, but I was never very good at that.
I have to tell you, I don't think she'll be happy at the news that you've been made the leader of the Dwendalian Empire's new settlement.
My devotion is to the people of the Empire.
Then you are a better leader than most in the Empire.
I feel like that's what we're trying to change.
Well then. If that is what you wish to do, then I wish you all the best on your quest.
Can I trust you? Past everything that we've just discussed.
And it's at this point Tisha speaks. You can trust us, Mallow. But we cannot trust the Empire. And I think there is concern that we cannot trust you as an agent of that Empire.
Can I do an insight check on like both of them?
Sure, yeah, go ahead and roll insight.
Do I do two or just one?
Just one.
Just one. That's gonna be a 15.
15.
Yeah.
They are super hard to read.
All right.
Super hard to read. Yeah.
I
mean,
am-
it seems like they're telling the truth, but they are also being very calculated about every word they say.
With that, perhaps you're right. And then I reach into the bag of holding and pull out the massive gem. Say hello to my mother.
In good hands. I see the joke now. Have you made any efforts in retrieving her from this prison?
I have taken a look. There are some pretty heavy enchantments on this. It's going to take a few people of powerful magic to unlock what's containing this, and it is very dangerous.
This is one of the leaders of our organization. We answer to her, and she has done many things for us, as we have done for her. If you need our help in having her be retrieved from here, Tish and I are both practiced in the arcane arts, and we can offer our aid.
That is good to know. That's 2. I believe I have a couple more. If we make our way, if Bastion's Watch or myself find ourselves in Uthadern, are there people there that could help?
There are. Uthadern is a much different place. It is kept quiet there, but they don't have fear of persecution. So long as they are not sanctioned actions taken on behalf of the diarchy, then they are free to do what they would.
Do you have a contact and a way to contact them?
We do, yes.
Would you share that information with me if I find myself in Uthadern?
If you find yourself in Uthadern, send us a message, and we will give you the information you request. But as you have just advised us, giving you that information now might be to our detriment.
Agreed. Well, I believe that's all I wanted to discuss with you as I put the prism back into my bag of holding. Is there anything else that you would like to say to me?
Be careful. You're playing with fire.
I will definitely try. You the same.
Why are you here, Milo?
Feel as if maybe I'm just trying to find my place. I feel as if ever since I've been given a choice, my only choice has been to run. And I'm kind of tired. I want to sit down and study and learn magic and go out and find things of wondrous nature. But I seem to be caught up in something a lot larger than myself.
That is the nature of those who are blessed with great gifts. Well, we cannot offer you respite that you seek, but we can offer an evening of normalcy. Will you stay with us? Have dinner with us and all of our crew. Enjoy the normal day of what it is like on our farm. We've got books.
I'd like that.
Good. And Tisha gets up. I'll go start preparing the kitchen.
May I help? I don't know how well I am at cooking, but there's things that need chopping.
Absolutely. She takes you back to the kitchen. It's a little dirty right now, and she starts just kind of casting a couple spells, moving things around. You see some prestidigitation, some mage hand moving stuff, putting it away.
I kind of like watch her movements and then start kind of following suit with prestidigitation. And
Nice.
yeah.
Very cool. Got it. And you spend the rest of the day breaking bread with the Drails, You meet the farm hands that are here, a few humans, a dwarf. You meet their children. You meet Cladden, Drail, the oldest son, who was coming at you with a bow. Karenik, his younger brother, and Tiriana, the youngest daughter. And you spend a night that feels like it's with family. People who are close, even though you just met them. And they tell stories of your mother from a time that you were never born. And you laugh and enjoy drinks and food and finish your day at the farm. And with that, I think we finish our first week. I think it's a good time to take a break. We're a little past halfway here. So let's take a break here. We got 3:26 Pacific. Let's call it 3:41 p.m. We'll come back and we'll get week 2 and 3. We'll probably do a little less specific time for 2 and 3. Cut it a little shorter because that first one took up quite a bit. But we will come back. We'll call it, let's see what we got here. Yeah, 3:42 and get back in. Finish our downtime. See you in a bit.
Hey, Josh.
Yes, sir.
I did send you a message about something.
Perfect. I will check it out and get back to you.
Awesome. Appreciate it.
Appreciate you letting me know, too. Okay, we got everybody back.
Yeah, I'm back. I'm just doing something.
Cool. Say everybody. How about Flynn? Okay, well, a minute. Let's see if he comes back.
I'm back. Sorry.
Cool.
I was
No, you're
eating a sandwich.
Totally. All right. So I think, given how much we've gone so far, I think what we're going to do is rather than have it be 1, 2, 3 week, we'll do first half and second half. Because if we have 2 more weeks that are both 2.5 hours, we'll be here for another like 5 hours. So well, I've got stuff planned. I'll just roll those into the next thing for each. We'll call the first part the first half, second part the second half. All right, so we get back now to Hope's Bastion, and we're looking at the second half of the downtime here. Let's see, we started with Rufus. Let's go back to Rufus and see how you want to do the second half.
So, super simple. For the next week, I'm pretty much just going to be wake up in the morning, meditate for an hour, and train in, my various monk martial arts and key abilities and whatnot.
Okay.
And
so like
and
900
evening-
push-ups and 1,000 crunches. And...
Yep. Pretty much just training, and then in the evening, another round of meditation, and then rinse and repeat for the next week.
Okay, cool. I would say getting towards the end of the 3 weeks, you do during one of the evening meditation sessions, you do get a knock on the door of your cabin. Or I guess, where do you meditate? I should ask before I say that's what's happening.
It would just be in my home.
Okay, cool. Then you do get you get a knock at the door.
I'm just gonna kind of sit there and continue my meditation, trying to ignore it. Just doing my best to ignore it.
Okay, you hear Rofus, and you hear Voth's name or Voth's voice.
I'm gonna get up, answer it. Yes.
Hey Rufus. Hey, just wanted to let you know we got a bit of information back from the Sun Soul Monk that you had requested. Just some general history stuff. Thought you'd be interested in it.
Absolutely. Do you have it with you?
Yeah, I do. Here, it just hands over. Mostly just parchment, loose parchment. It's kind of loosely bound with twine at this point, and between kind of like this almost like a leather, not leather binding, but it's almost like a kind of square of leather that's been folded over the papers and then wrapped with twine. And open it up, and there's a bunch of very old-looking parchment. Some of it looks like it's like notes based on like reading old things. Some of it's transcriptions. But if you want to take some time reading it, it has a little bit of information about the Sun Soul and their some of their basic history in Asilra. If you'd like to go over that.
Absolutely, I will read through that. Thanks a lot, boss.
Hey, no problem. I hope it helps you find whatever it is you're looking for.
Me too.
Cool. Go ahead and roll me an investigation check. And I would also ask along with that, is there anything specific you're looking for?
Just general history and where I might be able to find other Sun Soul monks.
Okay.
And yeah, things like worship traditions, things of that nature.
Okay, cool. Got it. Yeah, go ahead and roll that investigation check.
Oh, that's a whole 0.
Oh, no.
1 minus 1.
Ooh, yikes. That's a big ouch. Well,
Claim it! Can I use my inspiration?
Yeah. Inspiration, I let you use inspiration as luck, so you can go ahead and do that.
12.
12, a lot better.
Hey, here's a super important role for your character and finding
Yeah.
out about their history and who they are. 0. 12's a little better though. And what you do read is that the Sun Soul monks started in Vasselheim, basically towards the end of the Calamity. And there were a group who both wanted to shun the arcane the arcane expansion and kind of development that had happened during the Age of Arcanum. The Age of Arcanum was far beyond what is available now in terms of what mages can do and how powerful they were. And the Calamity was a little bit of the resolution of all of that happening and the gods fighting each other, and then moving beyond the Divine Gate to separate them from this world. And these Sun Soul monks wanted to completely shun that which had led Exandria to destruction. But even though they wanted to kind of forego any divine power in the same way that a cleric or a paladin might have it, and they also wanted to forego any arcane abilities like a wizard or a sorcerer might have, they did still want to honor Pelor, honor the Dawnfather, honor the god who fought so vigilantly against the betrayer gods. And you do read that they spread out from Vasselheim over the centuries. And it was originally Sun Soul monks in the Jewelist Dominion that started the first Library of the Cobalt Soul. That the worship of Ayun, the Knowing Mentor, was more in line with their goals than Pelor. And that even though it was important to not go too far, completely shunning the knowledge of the past left it to others to pick up for themselves. If the Cobalt Soul could get that information, find out those things that happened during the Age of Arcanum, they could protect it. They could keep it out of the hands of those who would seek to abuse it. It was a difference in philosophy overall, but one that created enough of a schism that the Cobalt Soul became their own entity, separate from the Sun Soul monks. And they thrived. If nothing, or rather, if for no other reason than they spent their time traveling to ruins, retrieving things out of old places. They had more funding because of that. And they became a very integral part of the Jewelist Dominion. And when the Jewelist Dominion was conquered by the Dwendalian Empire, the Dwendalian Empire absorbed the Cobalt Soul into their ranks in order to leave a bit of culture left for the Jewelist Dominion, to make it feel like they still had something of the nation in the past. By that time, any trace of the Sun Soul monks in the Cobalt Soul were gone. Any followers of the Sun Soul were either in Asilra, with some of them traveling to Vasselheim.
How do you spell that?
Asilra is Isslyra, I believe. No, wait, Issylra, I believe. I'll have to
Good enough.
spell check myself on that, yeah.
And you said that's where they.
Asilra is where Vasselheim is. It's the fourth continent in Exandria. There's Marquette, Asilra, Taldore, and Wildmount. Yeah, Issylra. But it does say that those who are left would be found either in... Let's see here. In various scattered communities in Taldore. Mostly those that are very remote.
It doesn't actually list any locations with a 12, but that there are scattered groups across Taldore.
In
And-
remote communities.
In remote locations. Yeah, remote locations or communities, exactly. In particular, it does mention northeast Taldore.
So
But that-
not
sorry,
where
Red.
we are.
No. No. But that Asilra does hold more concentrated communities. Still in remote locations, and we're not talking huge numbers. But if you were to travel to Asilra, you might be able to find a monastery with 5 to 10 Sun Soul monks. Taldore, not so much.
Cool. Did it? Would I have seen any kind of, or would there have been any kind of hints towards alignment?
Of the Sun Soul?
Whether it be political or whatever.
I would actually say that they very much pushed away from politics. Their whole thing was kind of pushing away from things that led to the calamity, which politics is certainly a part of, and it was kind of a sense of if those are going to cause everybody in the world issues, then we're going to abandon those things and live life in a way that is following the teachings of Pelor without subscribing to any mortal laws.
Sweet. Well, I think with that tidbit of information there at the end, I'm gonna have a nice brief sigh of relief. And now having some extra knowledge on where I could possibly find more Sun Soul monks or hints at locations.
And you would know for sure there is one former Sun Soul monk who is with the Cobalt Soul in Vasselheim. So you do have the location of one.
I think with that, I'm gonna go ahead and put all that papers probably under my mattress.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, like a sleeping pad kind of thing.
Yeah.
You know? You stuff it with bird feathers. You got a canvas. Like it could be pretty close to a mattress.
Yeah. That.
Not your own feathers, of course.
Yeah. Some other bird's feathers. And I'm gonna continue my meditation, and then. Also, was there a name for the Sun Soul monk?
I would say Raella.
Can you spell that?
Raela. Raella.
Sweet. Yeah.
Okay.
That's all I'm doing for that week.
For the second half, all right, cool. Well then, let's move over to Ekamos. Ekamos, what were you thinking for your second half of the downtime?
So after dealing with that whole bowl stuff and seeing the door, I'd probably be freaked out and not leave the compound.
Okay.
Or Bastion. And I would just Ekamos would head over to the apothecary again and then just
Okay.
try to get as much information.
Okay, got it. So I would say Rutharis is more than happy to help continue work with you on things to start working on. Is there anything in particular in terms of like alchemical things? He was working with potions at first, but in the first half, you would have definitely figured that out by then. Were there any other particulars?
Yeah, I've kind of like probably like briefly bring up like necromancy and stuff like that. See if he knew any type of stuff along those lines. In regards to like my past and whatnot.
Sure.
See, like, again, trying to figure out like what all did he try to do to me to end up killing me, my initial life, I guess.
Okay. Just asking if he knows anything enough about necromancy.
Yeah, that or like if he knows He's he knows other like well-known apothecaries throughout the land or whatever. That way, I can kind of start to work on investigating that portion.
Okay. Let's see here. Actually, let's see here. He'd say, well, necromancy is less alchemical and more arcane.
Right.
So I'm not an expert by any means, but we've all heard stories of wizards who bring the dead back to life. Not obviously a soul, but simply a body.
Right.
And then, of course, you've got the clerics, the religious folk who bring people back, bring them back with their soul. Druids sometimes have natural magic if they're powerful enough to do the same. Necromancers of a certain power level can also bring somebody back from the dead. But beyond knowledge of the fact that knowing that zombies come back to life, or necromancy deals with not just death and rebirth, but the transference of energy, whether it be life or magic, that would fall in the realm of necromancy. I've seen some wizards who will take some of their own life force and transfer it to another in order to give them vitality for a fight. But I don't have many specifics. I don't know of any chemical compounds or alchemical or herbalism mixtures that might cause zombification or any kind of undead. I do know that with a particular dendrotoxin from a pufferfish found on the Menagerie Coast, you could cause somebody to look like they're dead for an extended period of time, and then they'd come back to life, or rather, wake up from a very deep, unconscious slumber, and people might think they're undead, but they're not. Is there anything specifically you'd like to know? What are you trying to find out? What is the purpose of the knowledge needed for?
Well, like I said, my master, his name is actually Mantis Gorfine. I don't know if that rings a bell or anything like that.
It doesn't.
No. Yeah. I just know that last I heard he was in Amman. So I'm definitely trying to figure that out as to why. You know, why would he do this to me? Like, what did I do?
I see. So you're not necessarily looking for questions about necromancy, but questions about motive necromancy.
Right, yeah.
Perhaps the lack of knowledge is an answer in and of itself. I don't know of any alchemical way to create an undead. But if he found a method, if there was something that he was trying to do, you said he was experimenting on you?
Yes. So I don't know if he figured out some way to do it through alchemy itself, or if he had a little bit of help. That kind of is leaning towards more of that, as opposed to just straight alchemy and whatnot. So.
Well, I can tell you that because there is nothing established, then it is likely that he would have had to have some kind of help from a necromancer.
Right.
To know what he needed to do.
So there's now... I gotta figure out that end. Okay. Well, yeah, do you need any more help around the shop? I mean...
Oh, of course. I'd be happy to trade more work for knowledge.
Absolutely.
Yeah. I don't know too many other alchemists around. I was kind of self-taught, traveling across the continent. There is, down in the Menagerie Coast, quite an outstanding alchemist, actually. Been living on a summer camp for quite a while, but still does good work from time to time. Yeza Bernardo. I do know for a fact that he's worked on experimental alchemy. I heard rumors of some work he did with the Cerberus Assembly.
Yeah, that could
An
be a good
alchemist
lead.
an alchemist working with wizards might be just the thing you need.
Yeah, that sounds like a good lead from you. Appreciate that.
Of course. Let's get to it, huh?
Yeah.
And if you spend the second half of your downtime also helping out Rutharis around the tent and learning from him as well, I will say that you can add proficiency with the alchemy kit.
Okay. Yeah, I'd probably just spend the rest of the second half, I guess, just picking his brain, being a apprentice and all that.
Cool. Is there anything else you want to do that wouldn't take up all your time, just kind of main time during the day? There's certainly more to do if you'd like.
No, I'd be too freaked out about the whole ordeal in the first half of the week, so I'd just stay in the compound and help out as much as I can with him.
Sure, absolutely. Got it. I would say that probably second to last night of the downtime, as you go to sleep for the night, you have a terrible nightmare. And let's switch this up here. You are outside, roaming around the edges of the settlement. You look down at your hands and they're not your own. You walk over, hoping to find something. It's almost as if trying to remember a name that's just on the tip of your tongue. What was I out here for? I'll travel a little further. Maybe that'll help my memory. Look down. Boots walking on the ground that aren't your boots. About a half a mile worth of walking. You hear a rustling in the bush beside you. You look over, frightened. What the fuck is that? Get closer. And after a few moments, you feel your head pulled back. Cold blade across your neck as blood sprays over the bush in front of you. And you fall to the ground. Unable to breathe. In your last moments of life. When you wake up, look down at your hands. Same hands. Your hands. And you hear the voice in your head. He is ours now. Go find the next one.
After hearing that, I'm gonna head to that same location where I found that laborer. Just try to see if I can get closure on his body, if it's still there, if his spirit's still lingering around or something like that.
Sure. You show up. You find a big patch of blood. There's a little bit of skin and bones you can find. By now, most of the scavengers have picked it apart.
So if the corpse, is the corpse still there, or is it like kind of like just
It's. I mean, you can find a couple pieces of flesh and bone, but the corpse is not there. Yeah.
I was gonna see if I could do speak with the dead. If that'll work.
Let me see here. Actually.
Yeah.
No.
It
Yeah.
says-
Wouldn't quite be enough. Yeah. Yeah.
All
too
right.
little.
All right. Well, I'll kind of have the bones, I guess, kind of set them being careful with it and all that, and I'll just reach in my bag and grab some incense and burn it, and kind of not necessarily do like a ritual, but just have like that ambiance of like, hey, I'm trying to like commune with the spirit if it's still there.
Okay.
And just something along the lines of like, I'm sorry for what I've done, but I needed to know for myself. And if it makes you feel any better, I'm trying to find the answers as to why. So this isn't for nothing. Just kind of sit there and wait for any type of response or anything like that.
Okay. Wait for 10 minutes. 20 minutes.
Yeah, I'll wait for the incense to burn out and
okay. Right before the incense burns out, you look up, hoping to see something. And you see her there again, covered in her dress of blood. Pupilless eyes staring back at you. That's it.
I'll like acknowledge that I saw her, I guess, and continue to at least make amends to the body and show its respect and bury it properly.
Okay. You do so.
And I guess I'll head back.
Head back into town. The quest board hasn't quite been moved yet to the new location in the friendly ogre. And as you walk by, back to your cottage, you see a poster. Missing. Endaro Jinska. Last seen a week ago outside of the settlement. You recognize the face.
Just kind of put my head down and continue walking.
Okay. All right. Anything else for your downtime?
That'll be it.
Okay. Sorry to end on a downer there.
Yeah. All good.
Cool. All right,
Need
Breck.
to be done.
Yeah, you got to do it. Breck, let's head to you. What are you doing for your second half of downtime here in the settlement?
Well, I would like to share this new brew with Michonne.
Okay. He goes, "What the fuck is this, man? This gives you health back? Dude, do you know how? Dude, this is a morning drink. This is a morning drink right here, man. We're gonna make crazy money with this."
It's not just thanks to me, man. The Nimblefoots really helped me out on this one.
Shit, man, that drink for free tonight.
You want me to show you how it's made?
Absolutely, man. Absolutely. Hey, do not show anybody else. We gotta get paperwork put in for this brew right away, man. We don't want people stealing this. This is good stuff. Like, no joke. This will bring people here just for this.
That's what I was hoping.
Yeah, man. All right, cool. Yeah, let me see how it's done.
Yeah, I'm gonna take him to my little hut without a door.
Okay. Dang, man, this is where you stay?
Yeah, it's not bad, ain't it?
No, that's good stuff. Good stuff. I like it. I like the tree, man. That's what you've been making it out of?
Yeah.
Shit, dude. Man, we can. Well, okay. So I think first thing we need to do is find somewhere else to grow some of these trees and brew some of this. What do you got? Was it mixed with the ale or like a honey mead?
It's mixed with ale.
Just straight ale. Huh? It's a good ale, man. You brew some good stuff. Well, I think we need to scale up because this looks good, but this will be like, I don't know, a case a week maybe?
I was hoping to scale up this building, maybe turn it into a distillery.
And Michonne's eyes go big. Breck, we're going to have a long and fruitful friendship, my friend. A long and fruitful friendship.
And he kind of stays and talks with you about plans for building that up as a distillery, and talks about the Friendly Ogre Funds sponsoring that expansion, and how the more money that the tavern brings in, the more people that come into the settlement, the more people that or more money rather, that can be sent to you to help do that distillery. With that, I will also say your cut of the Friendly Ogre money for this 3 weeks. Let's see here. Go ahead and roll a D100 for me.
67.
67. 67 gold pieces it is.
Sweet.
And with that, you and Coin Master Michonne go over plans for the distillery and bringing the Adventurer's Brew to the Friendly Ogre.
Oh yeah. I should start racking in some money.
And it is during the second half of downtime, the Righteous Brand arrives. They are led there by a captain from Rexentrum, who comes and drops off the soldiers. You take a look at them, size them up a little bit. They do, in fact, all have shields, very similar to your own shield. They all look mostly pretty green. You do kind of get the sense that these are a lot of newer recruits, at least not so fresh that they just signed up. They've had some training, but otherwise, you're not looking at grizzled veterans of war here. You're looking at the ones who have signed up and got their basic training so far. What would you like to have them do and focus on in terms of where they're like patrolling and guarding, and then any training you want to do with them?
Training wise, I would want them to get into pairs, and practice protecting like their teammates. So it'd be like essentially groups of 4.
Nice. Okay. So kind of basically training him to do what Breck does in terms of protecting people with that reaction and going over.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
And then if I feel like they're kind of comfortable enough, I'd like to talk to, I think it was Silver Quill that said that they could turn into dragons and help with training.
Yes, it was Widowgast and Silver Quill were the two who had been running dragon training. I would say Widowgast had headed out a couple of days previously, but Silver Quill has still been there, turning into a silver, appropriately colored dragon to give dragon training to those in the settlement who wanted it.
Yeah, I would kind of while they're doing their training and stuff, go talk to him about potentially helping with that.
Yeah, absolutely. As you kind of come up, he grants you with a smile. Yes, hello, Breck. Good to see you. I see the Righteous Brando here and looking ready to defend Hope's Bastion. He kind of says with a little bit more bluster than really is warranted.
Yeah, I was truly hoping you could help with that. From one mentor to another.
What can a professor of the Solstice Academy do for you?
I believe when we met, you said something about dragon training.
Yes. Yes, we've been doing a bit of that with those who can handle it.
Well, how would you feel about taking on these 20 green hats over there?
Get the potions ready to bring them back up. I do not think they will last long.
Oh yeah, I've got the lay on hands to get them back.
Good. I'll avoid hitting you, but will not avoid hitting them. And Lakes takes you out into the field, you and the 20 Righteous Brand soldiers out in the field, and polymorphs into a adult white dragon going through and just absolutely tearing them to shreds. You can tell it's a bit more of
getting them used to fighting a dragon as opposed to coming up with effective strategies against fighting the dragon. It's almost more, hey, I'm training you to keep your wits about you when a dragon's biting you and has, your entire body in its mouth, as opposed to, and there is some strategy as well. And you can kind of pick up as Laix is doing things that he'll stop for a moment and give you time to kind of say, hey, take your shields, 5 of you go over here, or 4 of you go over here for some range attacks, and you start working with them on their dragon strategy. I would say go ahead, roll me a wisdom check just to represent your leadership and training here.
I was going to say I wanted to use this time to kind of study how the dragons would attack and what they would aim for in particular.
Okay, for sure.
Also kind of like studying for myself. You said wisdom?
Wisdom, straight wisdom.
9.
9. Okay. Lots of 9s today. So I would say with the 9, they're all green. So it's a lot of kind of getting them used to even just like responding when you say something and working on, working with each other, not tripping over each other. I would say you do get some good training in. With the 9, though, it is more getting them ready than getting them effective.
Hope you boys are ready to get your asses kicked.
I would say one of them would ask you, probably 3rd or 4th day of training, another dwarf, red-haired, doesn't look like a mountain dwarf like you, looks a little less built, but the word around here is you're retired, Righteous Brand, or came out of retirement to train us. Is that true?
That's correct.
Where'd you serve?
I served aboard the Alcantara. I was trained by Grendick himself.
And you kind of hear whispers, Grendick. Kind of whispering to each other over that. And is that where you're going to train us?
Is that where I'm going to train?
Is that how you're going to train us? What you're going to train us in? Good. You can tell he's got kind of a gruff way about him, but still seems to have some admiration after the stories that you've told. Anything you want to do in regards to training those guys?
No, not in particular. I guess kind of after the day, I'd be giving everybody some of the adventurers brew.
Hell yeah, nice. They love it. It'll be standard issue for each of them to have. And that's why they love it the most, because it's like, hey, this is going to help us. We can have it with us on duty, right? Like this is this is helpful. This counts as medical gear. But they dig it. One question I would have for you though is, other than the training, where would you have their focus be on patrolling? Or defending? Just generally, where would you have them be when they're not training, but on duty?
Well, we don't really have a wall. So I guess
front gate.
they would be running somewhat of like a rotation. Several of them just kind of walking the outskirts of the village.
Okay. Just close perimeter then.
Yeah.
Cool. I will say on the very last day of downtime, as you kind of get up and start to head out for the training with the group, you see a familiar face that you haven't seen in some time. You notice the familiar face of a gray tiefling. Ventures here.
Oh, hell yeah.
And you see him kind of looking around and then sees you and kind of goes, "Aye!" And runs over and gives a big hearty wrist clasp in greeting. Breck, it's great to see you. I haven't been up this way in about a decade. I hate it here.
It's pretty gloomy, isn't it, man?
It is. It's cold. It's so fucking cold. What is going on? How do you deal with it? You were on the coast for years, man.
Well, the beard helps.
Yeah.
I'm sure it does. Hey, I brought the money for your eggs. Hands over the money.
Sweet, man. I will get this to Milo.
Cool.
Did you happen to bring any sort of word on how to train these things if I were to try to train one?
I do, yeah. I got some documents and I sent for them over in Asarius. Here you go. And pulls out, it's like a scroll case. And in it is a variety of papers that have to do with the raising of K-fishers. It is all currently, however, in Undercommon.
All right.
So, yeah, sorry about that. I don't know it, but I figured it was better than nothing.
This is better than nothing. Say, you want to warm up at the Friendly Ogre over here?
Sure, yeah. Let's get a drink. On me. Yeah, on me. Sure.
On you, man. No. I got it.
All right. You head to the Friendly Ogre and get in there. And it's evening, it's morning, so wouldn't have any accompaniment from Alivor, but it is a nice kind of morning atmosphere here. Got a couple people in for breakfast. You see about 3 adventurers brews around on the tables.
I would like to introduce Venture to Michonne.
Oh, okay, yeah. Michonne comes in. Hey, man. Hey, cool horns, dude. That's pretty cool. Thanks. Really, thanks. Appreciate it. You from the coast originally? Yeah, man, I am. I've been around all over the place, man. Nicodranus, Port Damali, Port Zin, everywhere, man. I even made my way to some of the islands. Yeah, it's good stuff over there. Yeah. You taking care of this guy? No, man, he's taking care of me. All this shit's him around here. We got expansions happening. This dude's making moves. Awesome. Yeah, he's making moves. Cool. Good to hear. And Breck, should we grab a table?
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. And you get the sense, even just passive insight, that first off, it's odd for Venture to have made this trip. You're not sure why he's here to just deliver money and paperwork. He could have sent that through the mail, essentially, or had a courier service deliver it. And it does kind of look like there's something on his mind.
When we sit down, I'm just gonna, ask him straight out. What's the news on the Alcantara?
So I did a little digging. Breck, I don't have good news for you. Looks like there's a different crew on the ship for the most part. I got a hold of the manifest, listed everybody on the ship. It's certainly not Righteous Brand anymore. Some kind of trading vessel. Didn't recognize any of the names, though. So went down to the docks. They're heading out to Rumblecusp. I know that much. They'll be out on the sea for a little while they do that. There's a new settlement over there too. Not so different from this. But I did want to stop by just in case. Saw anything look familiar. And no names on the manifest. But the captain. I saw the captain's face. This is the old second mate, Grandox. He goes by Wellsmith now, but he was there. And by my count, that makes you and him the only survivors from that wreck. And given that the ship's still here, I thought it'd be best to tell you in person.
What is the new name that he goes by?
Wellsmith, just Wellsmith. It's Captain Wellsmith. I didn't catch the first name. He's just listed as Captain Will Smith on the paperwork.
You going to be traveling a lot here in the upcoming months, Venture?
I was thinking so. I was up here already anyways. Figured I'd make my way up to Rexentrum and maybe it's a dash. Might as well make some money while I'm out.
We'll also be making a kind of a big journey here soon to Amon. Is there any chance you might keep an eye on these rumors for me? And let me know if the Alcantara makes its way in any direction that I'm going?
Of course. Of course. Anything I can find, I'll let you know.
Grendox was the only face that you recognized?
It's the only one. Everybody else's name.
How large was the crew?
I don't know, probably about 15, 20. Enough to run the ship and then a couple extra.
How's the ship look?
Good. It's less cannons on it.
You said it's a transport vessel now?
Trading, I think. Import, export.
Is there a particular customer that they go through?
I'd have to do some more digging before I found that out. Took me a little while just to get a hold of the manifest and who was on board. I can tell you that they were mostly carrying textiles. Pretty mundane stuff.
All right. Yeah, if you could, any news is good news.
Yeah, I'll let you know, Brick.
Thank you, Venture. You gonna be staying here?
I mean, shit. If you got a place for me to stay, I wouldn't say no.
Well, if you're not a fan of the cold, my place probably isn't the best place for you, but I do got a place.
All right. I got a sleeping bag, sleeping pad. Whatever's in this fantasy world.
You want to watch some Greenhorn Righteous Brands get their asses kicked by a dragon?
Oh man, I'll tell you what, that sounds better than anything I've done in the past week. You head out with Venture to go yell at some greenhorns. Cool. Anything else for Breck for the second half of downtime?
No, that'd be it.
Okay, cool. With that, we go to Alivor. How is second half of downtime looking for you?
All right, we're gonna attempt to get a little nefarious this time. So Alivor wants to try. I'm trying to go over the details on exactly how this would work, but I want to try and set up some sort of little spy network.
Okay.
Like a little, not spy, more like information network.
Okay.
Whereas I want to know everyone's little deep, dark, dirty little secrets, like Milo's little venture out. Like I can I want to try and set something up to where I can be on the end for that stuff.
Okay.
And like I said, I'm uncertain how to go about that though.
Okay. I guess my question would be a follow-up of how far is Alivor willing to go to do that? Not in terms of like the distance willing to travel. How far would he be willing to go? How nefarious would the contacts be that he'd be willing to look to?
Ooh, well, pretty far if it turns up results.
Sure. So I just wanted to get an idea before I actually offer the suggestion.
Yeah, pretty far.
I would say Alivor would probably be pondering Erosa. Would probably be pondering Erosa as a place to look to start setting up something like that, or finding contacts and people who would be good for that. Eros is a place that is very, it has been a place well known for its subterfuge and networks of activity and information, mostly tied to the Myriad. Now, I know the group is currently at odds with the Myriad, but if Alivor is willing to go do things that are a little more nefarious, there would certainly be contacts in Erosa, and he would know there would be contacts in Erosa he could find, but it comes at a risk of kind of reaching out and doing that legwork.
Say Alivor is definitely the ends justify the means type of person,
Mm-hmm.
and but I was thinking more of like starting. I don't know if I want to straight up reach out to Erosa right now. I'm thinking just like for now, like Bastion's watch. Like I want to know the ins and outs of everything that happens in our village.
Oh, I see what
I
you mean.
want to know what everyone here is doing.
I see what you mean. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, then I guess at this point, what I would introduce is that in the second half of the downtime, Alivor receives something interesting. It is a bit of artifact. It is from the Pithmaster in Zadash, saying that he was charged with sending you this. It is his previous one that he used. And as you are now a Pithmaster, the crown has had him send it to you. And what it is a structural ring. I don't know if you caught that in your inventory.
I don't. Where exactly is?
I believe I added in there. I might have taken it out, but I think I left it in. Let me take a look.
I say I'm not seeing it.
Yeah, you got it in there. Blue item at the top, under Fletcher.
Oh, jeez, I didn't even see that.
Real sneaky sometimes.
Yeah.
Only sometimes. So, I would advise you to take a look at the ring, what the ring can do, and the spell that it grants to you.
Okay.
And if you equip the ring, it will show you the spell. Like you'll have access to that spell and can see the details of it.
And then
That last bit.
The last paragraph. The last.
Or well, just the last bit. I think is probably going to help with what you're talking about.
Oh.
So that being said, with your access there,
yeah, that about covers it right there. Okay.
However, if you wanted to spend your downtime working, because it would need to be the way the components work is you would need one of those components for each building. So you have to have a 50 gold piece version of that building. But once you do, you have the ability to use that spell on it.
A 50 gold piece. Okay, yeah, then he would definitely be spending the second half of downtime collecting that for as many important buildings in town, such as Lumini's Tent, the Friendly Ogre. All important.
What I would say then is let's have you roll a stealth check, and this stealth check is going to represent how quietly you can go about collecting that.
Okay.
Without bringing it to the attention of anybody who you're collecting it all on. You know what I mean?
Oh, thank goodness. All right. One second. Quick maths. 25.
That's big. I would say make sure to use your gold. Make sure to take out the gold. You got to have enough gold to pay for that. But in 50 gold increments, you can choose the buildings you would like in the current Hope's Bastion setup.
Okay, so do you want me to tell you now? Do you want me to throw it in a little. Actually, I don't want to. I don't want to manipulate.
I was gonna say, actually, I think this one might be a little better to throw me in a message on the side. Yeah, that one might be
write a
better.
side message on that one. Then okay.
Cool.
But
I don't
yeah,
like any of this.
says the serial killer amongst us.
No. You don't know a damn thing.
But yeah, I'll get you that side message just real quick, and then yeah, main purpose would be how much time would that take up? Do you think?
Oh, I mean, not terribly long. You definitely still have time to do other stuff.
Okay,
especially because you'd be finding like opportune moments to get those things.
All right, so I would also, so I pretty much got that. Okay, and then Olivor would like to, if Milo would allow it, he would like to shadow Milo on a lot of the day-to-day Starosta type stuff, just to see the ins and outs of how the town works.
He's trying to get info on you.
I'm just trying to see how things go, you know?
Yeah, totally. Would Milo be up for that? How would Milo respond to that?
Actually, like during his thing, a large portion of his going around and just helping out in different facets around the settlement. So yeah, it would be awesome to have Alivor with Milo.
And of course, I'd help if needed and whatnot, but mainly just trying to see how things go. And then of course every night ends at the Friendly Ogre playing music, and
yes, that's right, for the second half. Go ahead and roll a performance check again for that.
All right, come on, it's gotta be better than last time. I think it's better. 19.
All right, go ahead and roll that D100.
D100, of course I put it up. All right, let's. Man, I get real good performance check. 19.
Match a performance check even. God, on a D20. Oh, that's rough. Well, you played really well, but the time that you chose, I think there's people kind of really working super hard at this point, and you'd get in a little bit late to catch the majority of the crowd. But you do get a full 19.
19 gold.
Nice. Both you and the Friendly Ogre taking 19 gold.
Okay, 1 sec. I blame Milo stacks.
And let's see here. Okay, and it looks like he was taken off. I heard him say 1 sec, so I think he is going to be back.
Yeah, sorry.
Oh, there we go. Okay, cool.
Answered the door real quick.
Oh, totally, absolutely. Do real life stuff first. That's most important.
Yeah. Otherwise,
cool. So, before I get to the next thing, anything else you wanted to do?
No, that's pretty much all I have for the second.
So,
portion.
what I'd say for you for the second half of the downtime, thought really just starts to creep into your head. You just want to start gathering information. What it must be is all of this wanting to start a network and look into what's going on and talking about gathering information. You think back, you gotta start looking into them. Gotta start looking into him. Uther Prent just sits there, leading by Say's Tell. It's time. It's time to start gathering the information on him. It creeps into your head almost subconsciously. You don't really think about the origin of the thought, but you feel that. Almost as if it's a burning fire.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
And that's it. You don't have to take any action if it doesn't feel like you're going to be taking action on it, but just wanted to note you do feel very heavily that feeling during the second half of your downtime.
Yeah, I'm definitely. Yeah. Like I said, I probably won't take any action on it, but I'll definitely
Sure.
acknowledge that. Like, yeah, that's definitely going to be a main focus.
Okay. Cool. All right. Anything else left for your second half?
I believe not. That's
Okay.
good for me.
Varric, what are you doing for your second half of downtime?
Not a whole lot. I think I would send a letter to Brenda and Rexentrum.
Okay.
See if she has any good recruits up there that would like to come down. Things of that nature. Spend more time with Bowen, and
Yes.
then I would like to see if Milo would be willing to use illusory script on a letter.
Yes.
The only stipulation is that he does not look at what I write.
Ooh.
I think I have to write it is the only thing.
Oh shit.
Mm.
You write on a parchment or paper. So I think it's got to be me. You can trust me, buddy. What are you gonna write? What do you want me to write?
I love it.
I will send you a message on what to write.
Like a spell message, cantrip message, or?
No. Like I'll
No, out
legit.
of game.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
oh,
I'll
got you.
text you. But I
In
also
real world.
it would be to my sidekick, and Josh, I already sent you the details on that.
Oh, perfect. Awesome.
Yeah, I figured all that out. And then I think with nothing really happening in these last few weeks, Varric might get a bit restless. And he wants to find somebody who would be a good sparring partner. So he would go see Lumini.
Interesting. Okay. Real quick before we move on from it, go ahead and roll me a wisdom check for your time with Bowen and learning from him.
Jesus. That is a wisdom check. Seven.
7.
Yep.
Dang.
Can I use guidance?
You can use inspiration if you want to use your inspiration.
Oh, I do have that. Can I add guidance to the inspiration?
No, you already rolled the first roll.
Oh, better. 18.
18. You can add proficiency with smith tools as you
Let's
have learned
go.
enough from Bowen now and have been consistently working with him so that you're now proficient. And I would say if you were kind of working on like the defenses and bringing people in, one thing that Bowen got brought into some of the masonry work.
Mhm.
He had a little bit of a past with it, but not more than that. And he kind of looks to you for a little bit of guidance. Hey, Varric, I got a couple options. They came to me, but I don't know that shit very well. They said we can bring in another mason. They know somebody from Arosa. The idea was that they're a little local, maybe more trusted around here. We could bring in somebody from Rexentrum. They're an expert apparently, so things might get done quicker. Or somebody from the Nagri coast. They're used to building a little more durable buildings, being on near the ocean. Slower building, but more durable overall. What do you think?
Well, we had a dragon attack.
Yeah. Fucking
So we might want something a bit durable.
Thinking the Menagerie Coast.
Yes.
All right.
I'll let him know.
Appreciate you.
And then, you can find just to wrap those things up before we move on to the Lumini thing. But yeah, you know where Lumini's tent is, easy enough. You find her tent. She is in there, currently just wearing some very basic, not the formal armor, but some basic leather armor.
Well, Lumini, are you busy by chance?
I'm usually busy with something, Varric, but if you have something else that is more worthy of my attention, I'm certainly up for hearing about it.
Well, when is the last time you got out from behind that desk?
She raises her eyebrow. What did you have in mind?
How about some sparring?
She goes, oh, that sounds great. I mean, for a moment I was a little worried you were going to ask me out for a drink.
No.
Fantastic. And she grabs the short sword. And it's like, yeah, let's do some sparring.
Fantastic.
Really, she's like, damn it.
And I said short sword, grabs long sword. She's a long sword user.
Okay.
But yeah, the two of you go out. Where are you going to spar? There is the little kind of sparring circle that they have set up in front of the Cobalt Soul. But you can go wherever you like.
That's fine.
Okay. Easy enough. You make your way over there with Lumini, and she pulls out the short sword and then kind of looks. Are we doing full weapon fighting? Should I get some of the wooden equipment?
We could do wooden. That's fine.
And she, as you say that, she looks almost as disappointed as the first answer. And she goes and grabs some wooden swords and brings them back out.
Do I catch that?
Oh, go ahead and roll an insight check.
Jesus, bad rolls today. 12.
12? I would say not. She's trying to be stoic.
Okay.
But she heads off and comes back with a couple of wooden long swords. Gets kind of into more with this long sword, given the wooden nature of it, it's a little bit lighter than it would be normally. Kind of takes more of like a fencing pose that you'd have with like an epee blade, little different fighting stance than you're used to going against.
All right. I'm guessing there's probably something like a quarterstaff around.
Oh, she would have. I mean, yeah. Basically, you're just using like it wouldn't be like a D8, but whatever long sword sets would be.
Oh, okay.
In terms of the plus.
Okay.
I guess if you wanted to use a quarterstaff, then she wouldn't stop you from doing that.
Because I believe a quarterstaff is the same as a glaive if you're using two-handed. Is it 1d10? Or is it 1d8?
I think it's 1d8. I don't think a quarterstaff's 1d10. Let's see.
Oh, that's dex though, isn't it?
Quarterstaff is 1d6, 1d8 with two hands. And it is, let's see, versatile, bludgeoning damage, yeah. Simple melee weapon.
Yeah, I'll use the longsword then.
Okay.
That's fine.
Easy enough.
Because that's 1d10? Two-handed?
1d8, two-handed.
Okay, cool.
Yeah. Okay. So the two of you spar. I would say with how beefy the two of you are, it would go for a long fight. Why don't we do a d20 roll plus the mod for what longsword would be for you? And we'll have a little roll off to see who would be more victorious here in the sparring.
Okay. It's just strength mod for that, isn't it?
Should be, yeah.
Yep. Oh, there's the roll we need. With my modifier, that is a 23.
23. She got a 19, so still pretty high. You still beat pretty high. So the way it plays out is a kind of I wouldn't call it vicious, but a very for a second you kind of almost forget that you're using wooden swords. It is a fight that is both of you going at it pretty hard. You are letting loose and not holding back, and for a good few minutes it is evenly matched, with you going on the offensive a little less often with the quarterstaff, but when you do, coming in with those really big hits. And she's able to dodge, block when she can, until finally you can see she's starting to get a little bit tired. And it is at that point where you find an opening and just give her a final crack on the head, where she gives after that. All right, I think you got me on that.
It was a good try, Lumini.
But being honest, I was happy to have lasted that long. You are, you have a reputation for savagery's too harsh a word, but you, from what I've heard in your time out with Bastion's Watch, you don't hold back on your enemies.
I mean, when we're out there, it's either it's us or them, you know?
It is.
I'd rather it be them than any one of us.
Agreed. Well, if you'd like any more sparring before you travel to Iman, I'm happy to spend some time. This has been nice, if not a bit painful, to get out and stretch my legs a bit.
Yeah. There'll definitely be some more sparring.
Good.
Perhaps a drink.
She kind of raises her eyebrow a little bit, and for the very first time ever, you see her blush. And she goes, "That would be wonderful. Thank you, bye." And heads off back to the tent. And I described you as using the quarterstaff. You had switched to longsword, so just ignore my narration and go with what actually happened.
All good.
Okay, let's see here. Anything else for your time?
I don't know who I would go to talk to about this, but I was interested in bringing the other temples here.
I see.
Not just Pelor.
Yeah, I would say, being a Chantry member, you would know of contacts in Rexentrum, of the major temples of all the other 4 deities that are allowed from, or in the Empire, rather. I would say if you want to roll a persuasion check, that could represent how persuasive you are in having them do that.
Okay. That is a 19 total.
19, super good. Go ahead and roll a d4.
2.
2. Okay. I would say if you want to choose 2 temples, or 2 gods rather, that you could have small. It would be shrines to start.
Okay.
But you could have 2 shrines set up with members from Rexentrum coming to do so.
All right. I know what Ioun is one.
Ioun, Bahamut. I want to say more than the Allhammer. Here, I'll just look it up. I don't know why I'm trying to guess. I have all my notes right here.
And the Raven Queen.
I say,
Yes.
my boy. Let me tell you about something.
Let me tell you about my Lord and Savior.
You have time to talk about our Lord and Savior, the Raven Queen? Old Jehovah's Witness over here.
And you don't have to choose right now if you don't want to. We can figure that out. And you can let me know.
Oh, I was waiting. Were those the other 4? Were we correct?
Oh. Dwendalian. Here we go.
Because with the Cobalt Soul here, I don't think we really need to bring Ioun as well.
Fair enough. Yes, so it is Arathis the Lawbearer, Bahamut the Platinum Dragon, Morden the Allheimer, Pillar the Dawnfather, Ayun the Knowing Mentor, and Raven Queen Matron of Death. So there was 5 others,
Okay.
not 4 others. I was off my numbers, that's why.
So I would choose. What was the Allfather one? Or something
The
about a hammer.
Arathis the Lawbearer and Morden the Allhammer.
I think that'd be interesting. So yeah, the hammer one, and
Sure.
I think Bahamut.
Bahamut. Okay. Platinum
You know,
Dragon.
since we're dealing with dragons and shit.
Sure enough. Okay, got it. So that is going to be. We're looking at Moradin the Allhammer and Bahamut the Platinum Dragon. There will be, by the end of downtime, small shrines to both of those with an attending. I wouldn't say maybe full cleric, but an attending member of that group from Rexham Trum. There.
Cool. That's all.
So what I will say is that towards the end of the downtime, Varric, you are brought into Lumini's tent along with Vasati and Milo. And you are brought in with somebody already there. And it is one of the laborers, looks like one who had started to work with the Nimblefoots. They were... you had just kind of noticed them around and moving from working on the wall to moving to learning from the gnomes a bit. But as you walk into the tent, Lumini says, hello, Varric. Vasati, Milo, thank you for coming. Unfortunately, we do not have the facilities to do this quite properly, but Varric, as you being the lawmaster, to bring both you and the Idolmaster here in. We have, this is Henro. Henro was found to be worshipping the Wild Mother, wearing a standard of hers and saying prayers to a small shrine that he created. One of the Crown's Guard saw it, informed me, and here we are to decide what happens next.
Milo is kind of just looks at Barrett. So this is what we were talking about.
Yep.
And Henry just kind of speaks up for himself, or he looks to Lumini. Can I say something? Looks all of you. Can I? Like I didn't mean to do anything illegal or anything wrong. I just thought that it was a little more accepted around here. I'm sorry. I didn't know there was all of this hush about it. I won't do it again. I won't do it again. I'll throw away everything I have. I was just working on something new.
Can I just inside check anyway?
Sure. Yeah, go ahead and roll it.
Yeah, I would like to as well.
Oh, good. I'm glad you are.
It's my thing, man. Yeah, it's a dirty 20.
Sweet. Mine's not worth mentioning.
He seems sincere that he will stop and that he will throw all his things away. What he doesn't seem sincere, the last thing he said, I was just trying something new. Not new to him. Seems like a lie.
And new as in like, oh, hey, let me try worshipping the Wild Mother. This is new to me. Or
The sense that you get from a dirty 20 insight check on that is everything was true about his remorse, the length of time he's been doing it, how long he's been worshiping the Lord seemed at odds with what he said.
Okay. Yeah, I'll definitely keep that bit to me.
Okay.
Lumini,
And
if
just for reference, worship of non-empire gods holds a punishment of 30 days incarceration and a fine of 250 gold pieces in the Dwendalian Empire.
Yeah, that's what I was just about to ask too. Henro, what is your trade? How do you get by?
I'm learning from the gnomes right now. Mostly I've just been doing general physical labor, lifting rocks, stones, I guess, to help build the wall.
How often? Like, what are your shifts like?
What are my shifts like?
Yeah.
Usually about 10 hours a day. They give us it's like a weird rotating schedule. I have 3 days on and then a day off, and then 4 days on and then a day off, and then 3 and then 4.
That sounds like manual labor to me.
That's what we need around here. But clearly, we don't have the facilities to enforce any sort of incarceration at this moment. I will present what I think is fit for the punishment and see how my peers feel about it. I'm thinking, at least for a few weeks, you probably work through those off days, same shifts. And as far as that fine, I'm guessing you don't make a ton of money.
About 20 gold per month.
Is that before or after taxes?
Before. And I can say that because I've told one of you in the group that that's before.
Yeah.
Well, my friend, you're going to be living on whatever the D&D form of ramen noodles is.
Yeah, I think Michonne's got some hardtack I can get.
Yeah. Pay what you can in installments. But these are the laws that are put in place, and I have said it before that I have not seen it worshipped in public. And obviously, it's not like I have people going door to door checking and to see if who's doing what. But these are the laws. And if I'm to maintain this job, if I am to do what the job entails, then I do have to enforce it. But I will not do it in a harsh manner. I'm not going to, obviously, like I said, we don't have anywhere to put you for now as far as incarceration, so we'll just do the labor that will help the settlement, and then I'm not going to kill your pay.
Thank you. That's very generous.
If the rest of you,
Consideration.
if the rest of you feel that is adequate.
Lumini kind of just gives a nod, just a quiet nod your way.
I absolutely agree. And be smart about what you're doing. Understand that this is going to be somewhat of a high vis location for a little bit. Spread the word. Maybe conduct yourselves accordingly.
Yeah, absolutely. Not a mistake I'll make again. No offense, Lumini, but I'd rather not be in this tent again. Well then. And she takes him out to the Crown's guard, who's kind of posted outside the tent, and has him unlock the manacles he was wearing. You're free to go.
Shit, already? Thought we were going to have a little bit more time before that started to happen.
Well, hopefully this is a lesson learned for more than just Henro.
I hope so.
And Lumini, I do as well.
And Vasati chimes in and just, it's a big risk, but we're on that path. And-
Well, I am gonna go get a beer.
Everybody goes to get a beer. Chill out on the tension a little bit. Okay. All right. Well, then I think that leaves us with Milo for your
Yay.
second half.
So he wants to propose and set up the vote for a tax, and just get that underway.
Okay.
If that's a thing that hasn't happened already, and then yeah, I think he is going to go out and head over to any of the bookstores, Michon's, The Alchemist, any place that he could find magical knowledge and spells and books.
Okay.
And he wants to find spell scrolls or spell books or anything that's going to be on logging operations or procedures.
Okay, got it. Not a ton of, I'll say go ahead and roll an investigation check because there's other things involved here. Go ahead and roll that investigation check.
It's going to be a 21.
21. Okay, got it. So you spend some time looking around for that. Michonne is like, hey, man, I told you I'm waiting for stuff. I got a guy coming, though, man. I got a guy, one of my friends from Zadash. He's kind of fucking weird, but he's on his way, man. He'll be here soon.
And you got you got logging operations on that list?
I mean, he won't have logging operations book. I can send out a request for those.
If we can't find it here, I wouldn't mind having a copy of something that we could learn.
Yeah, man.
I think that might be kind of come in handy here in a little bit.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. Got it. Logging it is. And Rutharis just doesn't have anything that's valuable at all to you. Going to the Cobalt Soul, you would see Orvo. Oh, welcome, Milo.
Hey, Orvo.
Magical items or things?
Yeah, kind of just like scrolls and books. I'd like to learn more about enchanting and disenchanting, or obviously spells are always a good thing. Trying to broaden my horizons.
Go ahead and... oh, man, how to do this? Let's see. Roll a persuasion check for me.
That's an 8, but I'm going to use that inspiration.
Okay, gonna use that inspo. Got it.
Oh boy, that's an 8. Cool.
He says, well, I recently... Well, I recently came into the possession of a book with a bit of magical notation in it. However, it was earmarked for a different use, and it would feel wrong to give it to you against the wishes of the previous owner. But you do know the previous owner, so if you were to gain their permission, I'd be happy to give it to you. That'd be Lawmaster Varric.
Well then, I guess I'll have to go. He is very strict. I understand where your trepidation would be coming from. So I will.
Don't want to get on his bad side.
I will ask him when I see him about.
And I have it, and I'm happy to give it to you under his approval.
Understood. And then after that, I guess if I see Varric around, that would be something that Milo does, is go and ask him for permission to get that book. And then Milo's going to spend pretty much the rest of his time going from like operation to operation within the Hope's Bastion, pretty much just greeting people, meeting people, seeing what the processes are, helping in any way with floating disc, healing word, levitation, kind of stuff like that.
It's like actual, just like getting your hands dirty.
Getting the hands dirty, kind of learning everything. Alivor's like right there, kind of, doing the same stuff, and we're trying to help out the village as a whole. And while we're doing that, Milo wants to be somewhat on the lookout for potential candidates for recruitment.
Okay, yeah.
So if anybody's in the village stands out, to look to add to the sidekick, as well as anybody that looks kind of out of place, sort of new or kind of just maybe they're too suave or
Sure, yeah.
Yeah,
Go ahead and
you
roll
know.
an investigation check there for that. Let's get the investigation going.
It's gonna be a 22.
22. An interesting thing. It's getting close to the end of the downtime, and you see this odd teenager. It's a human teenager. It's kind of walking with a weird gait. You're kind of like, what? Is he not comfortable in his body? What's going on? And you kind of follow him a little bit, and you see that there's a tent on the outskirts of town that he goes into, and you just kind of say, why is there a teenager on his own here?
Alavar, you seen this man? Does this not seem out of place to you?
Have I seen this man?
No.
No idea. Who is this guy?
I don't know. Something about it just seems a little bit off.
You think we should go check him out?
Just go take a look real quick.
Rough him up right quick, you know?
I mean, maybe. But
Oh, okay. Wait.
I don't know.
We'll
don't
save the
want
rough it
Varric
up.
here. It's just funny. The two of us are talking about that. All right, let's go.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm
head
gonna
over to
cautiously
the tent.
approach it.
Yeah. Okay. As you approach the tent, you see him kind of peek his head out and look at the two of you. Look at you, Milo. Look at you, Alivor. Close his eyes, like suspiciously. Look at you, Milo. Suspiciously at Alivor. Come on.
All right.
Swaves
I'm
you
gonna
into
go
the
in.
tent. And you go into the tent.
So we go in.
Yeah, you go into the tent, and the first thing you see is that the tent kind of extends outward. It looks like back a little farther than you expected. And when the two of you walk in and close the tent behind you, you see drop the form, and you see a familiar goblin.
Oh shit.
And
Oh.
Milo and Zarm says, "I got your letter, Milo. Lex.
Zarm, buddy, it's nice to see you.
Hey, Milo. Hey, Alivor.
You weren't that hard to pick out of a crowd. I'm just saying.
Oh shit! Goddamn, I gotta work on that.
Maybe
You
two.
need to learn how to be a better disguised self like
Yeah, I'm mostly in arcane arts. I'm kind of sneaky. I'm a little bit sneaky, but I'm still
You're not
working
sneaky
on
at
it.
all. We immediately found you.
We immediately found you.
I had just
we
decided. Look,
say we weren't even looking and we found you.
Well, look, I'm not trying to stay. I was just, I got your message and I wanted to stop by. It sounded like Lex might be coming back this way too to try and help get your mom out again. Good. It said that he had gathered a few people and we're gonna try and come this way, but that there wasn't enough to make sure it happens successfully. There would still be a little bit of a gamble to it, and you'd have to be involved. It would be a risk, but I wanted to offer my help.
You have no idea how much that means to me, Zarm. And coming from you after what has happened in the past, thank you.
You're welcome. So I was just gonna stay right here until whenever that happened, and you said you might need some help with stuff, or look, I'm not sneaky right now, but I've got quite a bit of magic at my disposal, and if you need me to go out and do some scouting or trying to gather some information, well, I might be useful in that way, and frankly, I'm bored as fuck.
Milo looks at Alivor. Got any ideas on what the best places would be? Erosa comes to my mind pretty quickly. Zarm, I assume that you're somewhat aware of the myriad presence within the area.
A little bit, yeah. I have a contact who used to be in the myriad. I don't know if they still are, but yeah, I can probably do some digging, see what I can find.
What do you think, Alivor?
What kind of information do you need? Yeah, what are you looking for?
Oh man.
Any chatter about us or our settlement would be just knowing that if anyone has us in their sights or not would be nice, be helpful that way if we need to be on guard or just so we can be properly prepared for anything.
Okay. And Erosa? You want me to go to Erosa?
I would say I'm curious about a few places, Arm. I feel like Erosa is more of an Hope's Bastion sort of a problem. I don't want to put you into that, but it's kind of immediate for us. Uthadurn is another place that I am curious about personally.
Oh, I've got ties in Uthadurn.
It might Alivor. It might be a better idea to have Zarm up there. Just a little bit more as far as stuff about.
Yeah, there's also places like
Black Rose.
Yeah. Also places like Rexentrim.
It's got to be hard out there for a goblin.
I prefer somewhere a little safer, but if Rexentrim's where you need, then I am equipped to handle it.
I think Uthadurn might be our best option. You said you've got ties there.
I do. Yeah, oh god. Yeah, I did some work for them. Helped them with a troll incursion, and oh boy, it's been a while since I've been back, but yeah, I can make that happen.
Uthadurn.
This Black Rose stuff.
One other option too would be maybe Amon. We're going to be headed there soon anyways. It might be nice to have a little bit of prior information before heading in.
Mm-hmm.
It'd take me a little longer to get there, but I could do it.
I don't know. I still think maybe Uthadurn's probably the best choice.
I'm with you on that one.
What do you say, Zarm?
I know Uthadurn well. I know all the back alleys and places to sneak around. I'm into it.
And does he know? Have I already informed him about a lot of this? Maybe some of the stuff about Black Rose. I am going to do so now.
What would
I'm not
you
going to tell him? I'm not going to tell him exactly like what their purpose is or anything like that. Or I'm going to tell him that there is an order of the Black Rose. It exists. There's part of it up in Uthadurn. We make it sound like they're a friendly organization that we're kind of trying to help them out. So we're trying to see what they're about, what their activities are, and what activities are against them in that area.
Yeah, sure. Anybody you want me to make contact with?
I tell him about the house members, Zinnia's house staff.
Okay, cool.
And Oakley.
Yeah.
Make sure my dog's all right.
Of course. That's actually. I mean, I'm gonna tell you that's super convenient for me. I've got the runes for a teleportation circle in Uthadurn, so I can.
Oh, that's way easier then.
Be there in 5 minutes.
Oh man, I miss Oakley. If you're gonna be there in 5 minutes, do you mind maybe? I pull out some of the leftover snacks that I have and hand them over. Just in case if you see him, and tell him that I was thinking of him.
Oh man, if there was a circle here, I'd say you could come with me and I'll just bring you back, but it'd be a little harder than that. Okay, well, I can do that.
Thank you, Zarm.
You're welcome.
And work on that gate.
Oh shit. Yeah.
And your disguise.
Hey, that was a good disguise.
We have different definitions of good than my friend.
All right, so Zarm spends a few minutes there, and then within the next hour, the tent and Zarm are both gone.
Real quick though.
Oh sure.
As we leave, I would separate from Milo, and I would like to circle back sneakily to Zarm before he leaves.
Go ahead and roll that stealth check against Milo's passive perception.
Oh no!
You got to beat a 16.
Yeah. That's going to be 27.
Oh, damn.
Okay.
Shit.
All right. So you circle back.
Like a ghost.
See Zarm kind of packing up his stuff.
Oh, Alva, right.
Hey, Zarm, just between the two of us, I'd like you to keep an eye out for a certain name and relay any information back to me.
Yeah. What name?
Anna Ripley.
Sure. Yeah, I can do that.
If you can just keep an ear out if you hear anything, and if it's possible to follow any leads like that without getting yourself in danger.
Okay. Yeah, I can definitely do that.
Let me know, and let's keep this between us. All right.
Sure.
Just me and you.
Of course. Yeah. Yeah. And he kind of looks like a little surprised, but you get the sense that he's trustworthy about it and being honest.
Okay. All right. Thanks, Zorn. And then I dip out.
And you hear as you're walking the familiar teleportation magic sound. Interesting. Lots of moves. I love it. Okay. So anything else for Milo to finish up?
Before, so he would spend like the evenings probably in the ogre listening to Alivor play while studying any of the books that are coming in.
Okay.
And any of the books that he's had, talking with Silcine. And then at night, probably doing the same thing in his abode before he goes to bed. And before he goes to bed, he's going to start like finally pulling out the Stone of Ioun and just kind of playfully praying. Just kind of almost like conversationally talking.
Okay. Yeah.
To Ioun.
Go ahead and roll that religion check.
That's going to be a 5.
5. You still don't hear anything back. Yeah. No real sense
Just
of
gonna keep
warmth or connection to this god. Yeah, unfortunately not. Ioun, the unknowing mentor, I guess.
Closed off mentor. Yeah, that's it.
Okay. Well, then what I'll say is at the end of the 3 weeks downtime, at any point where the group is all gathered together, you see a very interesting sight. Very interesting sight. It is a furbolg. Light blue skin, brown hair, kind of wearing a green outfit with a kind of gold collar. And you see him walking up. You look behind him as he's walking up with a big pack on his back, and you look to the left and right and see looks like triplets. Maybe there's multiple of them. They are walking up here, and you see them go into Michonne's mercantile shop.
You're just pulling all the characters in today, are you?
Oh, you bet. Would anybody go into the mercantile here to see the new visitor? As well?
Yeah, I'm curious.
Yep,
Yes,
you got me.
Okay. You all walk in to see they're dressed the same. They're the same height. You look at these 3 furbolgs. God, just the worst. That are in here, and you hear them talking to Michonne. Okay, here we go, guys. Buckle up.
Yeah.
Well, hey there, Michonne. How's it going? And he goes, "Hey, put my song, man. Good to see you, buddy." He goes, "Well, I'm here with all of the items you requested. Got a good stock coming up from Zadash, up from the Invulnerable Vagrant. Thought I'd get a little travel time in, see what the new settlement had to offer." And he looks over and he goes, Puma, what you think? And the one on the right, I love it out here. It's pretty great. And looks at the one on the left. How about you, Puma? I think it's just fantastic. And kind of look out to all of you. Hey, it looks like we got some shoppers already. And with that, as the group heads in to meet Pumat Soul and see his stock, that is where we will end the session for the day.
Love it, man. Hey, boo boo.
So what I'm gonna do is I will give you guys a list of all the items that Pumat Soul brought to Hope's Bastion.
Cool.
And you guys can pick out what you would like from it, and if there's anything that you would like to ask him for, he is here for a little bit of time to do some enchanting. So if there's any light requests, they could potentially be accommodated. No game-breaking stuff here, but there is a Enchanter of the Empire now.
Ring of Power's on the table, right?
Oh, come on. But with that finishes up our downtime session for everyone watching. Thank you for tuning in. Anybody watching the VOD afterwards, appreciate it. We will catch you, I think with the schedule working out the way it is, I think we'll probably be back here next week. So we'll catch you on the next one. See you later.